Mayor, we are not muted.
Okay, we are going to get started. Today is a City Council work session, Tuesday, March 14th, 2023. I am calling this meeting to order. Notice of option to recess into executive session. Notice is hereby given to members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Greetings, Mayor and Council, from the snowy campus of the University of Pittsburgh.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Councilmember Harris, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand as able.
Councilmember Matthews, would you read the mission statement?
Be my pleasure. Mayor, the mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember House, our land acknowledgement.
Yes, it's my honor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. I'm trying out my new thing here. Okay, we are down to item number 4, public participation. Public participation enables the public to address the council about items that are not on the prepared agenda. Public participation appears on the agenda twice, at the beginning and at the end of the work session. You may speak at one or the other, but not both. Anyone wishing to comment at the meeting is asked to fill out a speaker card and submit it to the recording clerk. When the item comes up on the agenda, your name will be called. You may address the council up to 3 times throughout the meeting, including comments made during public participation. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Okay, so item number 5, review of draft agenda for the March 21st, 2023 City Council meeting. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, public participation, which I just said. Number 4, public participation. Do we have any?
Mayor, I have no cards submitted for this item.
Thank you. Item number 5, review of the draft agenda for the March 21st, 2023 City Council meeting. Council members, any questions, comments?
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve the draft City Council agenda for next week.
Great, thank you. We don't do a motion on this, right? But it's so noted. Yeah. Okay, item number 6, city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. You have in your packet the city manager's report, which will be very brief, but hopefully will allow some time for 2 divisions to give you some updates that will follow. There's 1 or 2 items that I'd like to mention in the report, and one that is not in the report that I'd like to just mention verbally here. But as is typically the case, you have some updates from our fire department, our police department. I would like to specifically give props to Officer Ty Webster, who was honored as the Veterans of Foreign Wars Officer of the Year. Congratulations to him. Some nice updates from Public Works with specific focus on LED light upgrades and, of course, snow removal. An item I'd like to give a little bit of attention to under federal earmark appropriations. This falls into the category of it happens too quick to allow for discussion. So I put it in my report, give you an update on it, and we'll hopefully stay tuned for positive results. In years past, we've pursued projects for these appropriations, and usually it's been kind of a scattering of all priorities for the city and resulting in numerous requests. This year, at the request of our lobbyist in Washington, we have narrowed that down to 3 items, and these are in line with priorities that we've heard from the dais and certainly within our many, many discussions with the budget team and so forth. Those priorities would be the Shadow Mountain Detention Basin, which is flood mitigation, the prescribed fire training exchange, which concerns watershed protection with our forest resources. And the third one is to hopefully seek assistance with the new fire facility to potentially replace Station 6 near the NAH relocation site. So those are the 3 priorities that were identified to our congressional delegates. Stay tuned and we'll see what comes of those. Okay. Let's see. You have a lot there on current recruitment efforts. I make note here, and I'll mention it in the report, I'll mention it again. We had a nice meeting with the Sunnyside neighborhood last week to talk about the Joe Montalvo project, which could be a new facility to serve that neighborhood with uses possibly including STEAM education for youth, community meeting space, and so forth. I want to thank Scott Overton, Amy Hagan, and Rebecca Sayers for joining me on that. That was a great meeting. The neighborhood is pretty excited about this project and the Ponderosa Park project, which will happen once we complete our spruce wash improvements there. So, yeah, a lot of positive news there. Appended to my report, and I would ask for some overview by our division heads, you have the bi-monthly engineer and capital projects update, which also includes a reference map. This is always good information, and if you will belabor us, we'll have our engineering and capital projects team present on that, and that will be followed by a presentation from community development with their end of the year report. So with that, Mayor, I'll see if we have somebody queued up from City Engineering and Capital Projects ready to go here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As the city manager said, I will be giving the bi-monthly update for the engineering division. We'll be covering capital projects as well as some development engineering projects as well. Several projects to go through, so I'm going to keep this at a high level. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me, or you can ask questions at the end if you would like. First project is the Boulder Point Traffic Calming Project. That was presented to council on February 28th, so you recently saw that, and direction was given to staff to move forward with 100% design and construction. So we have re-engaged the design consultant on that, and they're working on getting us an updated schedule to get 100% plans, hoping to get that done late spring, early summer, so we can move right into construction. Next project is the Fremont Boulevard Restriping Project. This is a traffic calming project where we had some neighborhood traffic complaints in the northwest part of town on Fremont Boulevard. And we did some traffic studies, showed that the 85th percentile did warrant traffic calming. Staff did come up with a plan to restripe the street. Right now it's four lanes very wide. We were going to restripe it to 2 lanes with a center turn lane. We did present that to the Transportation Commission on February 2nd. Some residents did have some concerns with that proposal. So staff did receive direction from the Transportation Commission that when weather permits and a lot of the snow melts, to re-engage some of the residents in that area, meet with them on site, look at their concerns, see what we can do to help mitigate their traffic speeding issues. So more to come on that project. Beulah Boulevard extension and University Drive realignment. That is a very large project. Council previously awarded a approximate $19 million construction contract to Eagle Mountain Construction. We held an open house at City Hall on March 2nd, was fairly well attended, was right after one of the big snowstorms. Construction is slated to start later this month, so you will see some mobilization happening out there. And again, this is a very large project, includes an underpass under Milton between Target and Burger King, and construction is anticipated to go all the way through summer of 2025. JWP, or John Wesley Powell specific plan study. This is the city staff was working with a consultant on a preliminary design and alignment of the roadway. Since then, we have talked to some of the property owners. So this project has kind of switched gears more towards a specific plan. So the city staff is working with our consultant, Peak Engineering, and they have a sub-consultant, Swayback, who is a well-known planning firm. And we're working on a change order to come back to council in early April for scope of work for the specific plan, and then we'll be working through that with community development. Staff is also in talks with the large property owners in the area regarding agreements for dedication of right-of-way. Is the city or the developers going to take the lead on design and construction? And then we're also talking about if the city takes on the lead, what reimbursements that the property owners will need to give the city. Next project is Coconino Estates. There's a phase 1 and phase 2 improvements. Both phases of those projects are for water and sewer line replacements of aging infrastructure, reconstruction of the roads, which will also replace the rolled curb with curb and gutter. That project those two projects were kind of nearing the end of construction when all the snowstorms hit. So we did issue what is called a winter shutdown. It kind of stops the contract time, but the contractor can work out there if weather permits. So they have been out there working, and both phases are expected to complete construction early this spring. Next project is the Downtown Mile. That's a suite of several projects in the downtown area. This was presented to the Transportation Commission on February 1st. And on March 9th, the city posted a survey online on our city website and Facebook page as to how residents or businesses want to get notified of the project in the future. So we're going to take the results of that survey and use that to help engage the public and the businesses in the future with outreach, notification of public meetings, in addition to our normal, mailer process. The city and BNSF and Amtrak have been working on the final scoping of the design work needed for the 30% plans to complete their platform reconstructions. So that's part of the project. The other parts of the projects are nearing 30% design. Staff has also been working on the infra grant documentation with the Federal Railroad Administration. So a lot of work going on that project behind the scenes. Next project is a very large project, again, the Rio de Flight project. It's been going on for several years. We had some groups speak at the last council meeting about this project. I'm happy to say that the Army Corps has extended the comment period for the draft supplemental environmental assessment. That's been extended to March 31st. The city has posted this with links to the document on our website, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter accounts. The Army Corps has also sent out email blasts to their list. And then the city staff has also directly emailed the groups that had spoken about this. So they are aware that the time frame has been extended and have a link to the documentation. Another exciting aspect of this project is that the Army Corps will be in town this Friday. Colonel Bolton and the Army Corps representatives on the project will be here this Friday. They're going to be meeting with Mayor Daggett, Councilmember Matthews, Councilmember McCarthy, and staff just to go over the progress of the project. And then we also went through a procurement process and hired three real estate consultants to help out with appraisals and property acquisitions. So there's a lot of easements and right-of-way that we need for this project. So we're getting some additional help on that. Lone Tree Overpass, you recently saw an update on this project on February 21st. Just a quick update, we're still working on the design, and the real estate acquisitions for that project is a big item as well. So we're working to get those completed. Library entrance, that's another project that was affected by the winter storms. We did issue a winter shutdown for that project as well. The contractor has been out there working when they can. So we're hoping to have that project completed sometime in May. Next project is Lake Mary Water Treatment Plant. The scope of work on this project is rehabilitate the very old flocculation and sedimentation basins, new mixers, replacing old electrical systems, replacing the older piping and valves. The Water Services Department and engineering staff are currently out for a solicitation for a construction manager at risk, also pursuing some grant opportunities to help with funding for that project. And there's some very long lead items on that project, so the hope is to get that construction manager at risk under contract so we can get those long lead items ordered. We don't anticipate construction starting until later in FY24 and then going through FY25. Switzer Canyon Transmission Main, that design has been completed. We are currently out for bids on that project. Bids are due March 10th, and staff is also finalizing a few last easement acquisitions on that project. So construction should be able to start late spring, early summer on that project. Another project is the protected intersections at Butler and Beaver and Butler and San Francisco. Doing some preliminary design on those intersections. We're going to get the 15% design, and draft technical reports actually have been submitted, so staff is doing review of those. Hope to get those finalized here in the short term. Those two projects are not funded in our 5-year capital improvement plan. They're about $800,000 each for design and construction. So once we have that design, that 15% design and technical memorandum in hand, we can use that to go out for any grant opportunities. The Solier Avenue Transmission Main, that's out for bids right now, and that project is due, or those bids are due March 10th. So we're hoping to have a construction contract to council in April for that. And there's going to be some long lead item materials with the piping and valves, so we do not anticipate construction starting until the spring of '24. Again, that's to get the contractor on board, get those long lead items ordered, and that will be adding about almost a mile of 12-inch PVC water main on Solier from Elk Run Street to 4th Street. Butler and O'Leary pedestrian crossing. We are currently engaging with one of our on-call design firms to give us a scope of work and proposal, and then we'll review that, and hopefully we will be issuing a notice to proceed for design and complete that by the spring of '24 with construction in the fall of '24. And again, that project will do a pedestrian and bike crossing at the intersection of Butler and O'Leary Street. Aspen Avenue bike and pedestrian improvements. This project will design and construct some enhancements for bike and pedestrian areas located along Aspen Avenue in front of the CenturyLink parking lot. We're currently have an on-call design engineer putting together a proposal for scope of work. Again, hope to get that completed this summer and then start construction this fall. All right, here we keep going. The BNSF utility relocations on the east side of the city. BNSF has notified the city that we have some sewer and reclaimed water mains that are in conflict with some of their potential railroad improvements, and we have an easement that goes through there, so the city has to relocate those lines. So we're working on that project, is currently under design. Route 66 and Fanning Edge landscape improvements. This project was recently bid out. We received bids on February 28th. You will see the construction contract on April 4th. Last capital project is the Spruce Wash drainage improvements. We have our design firms are now under contract. We went through the solicitation and selected a construction manager at risk. They are also under a pre-construction services contract, so they are now working with our technical advisory team. We meet a committee. We meet every week. We go through the scope of work, design. Now we're looking at how to sequence construction and what makes sense, which projects to do first. And then we are anticipating bringing a construction guaranteed maximum price for a portion of those projects to council July 3rd before the summer recess. That concludes the capital portion, and then just a quick update for our development engineering. Continue to see a lot of activity. In plan review, we have 3 subdivisions in plan review, and we have 9 site plans currently in plan review. We have 9 subdivisions either in the construction phase or waiting for permits to be issued, and we have 16 site plan projects in construction or waiting for permits to be issued. We also included a highlighted project. We've been getting a lot of calls on the In-N-Out Burger, where the old Pizza Hut is. They have a permit is ready to be issued, just needs to be paid for. So we had our development engineering staff had the pre-construction meeting with their contractor yesterday. So as soon as they pay for and get that permit, they will begin demolition of the old Pizza Hut and then scrape the site and start to build the In-N-Out Burger. And I was told their construction contract with their contractor is 180 days, so 6 months. So late fall, you can see the In-N-Out Burger open on Milton. And that concludes my presentation if you have any questions.
Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for bringing us up to speed on all the wonderful projects that we have going on here and all the hard work. I'm sure you are working full-time on all that stuff. That's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, appreciate that. The engineering department has a very good team underneath me, and they do a lot of work, so they deserve all the credit.
It's appreciated.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Dan Folk. I'm the Community Development Director. And I'm just going to do a high-level overview of our year-end report. And so it's in your packet. I hope the public gets a chance to review it. It represents a lot of work by a lot of people, right? I want to start by thanking all of our section heads. So Housing Director Sarah Darr, Planning Director Michelle McNulty, Building Official Amy Hagan, and Real Estate Manager Bryce Doty. It's their teams that are doing all this amazing work, and none of this would happen without them. And then I want to thank Tori Martin, who prepared the end-of-year report that's in the packet. So just to walk through it, there's a lot of information reflecting a lot of the work that's been done. Starting out with current planning, they're the ones who review everything from concept plan through final inspections on planning requirements. That's on the front page. We've got a link at the bottom to the development status report, which gives an update really on all these projects really from the time that they enter at concept to when they get their final C of O. So you can track things like the In-N-Out Burger, see what's going on with the status of that project. So we invite people to take a look at that. On the next page, we've got some information about historic preservation, and we're highlighting a part of the Schultz Creek Basin project that probably didn't get a lot of discussion, but this was a stormwater project that the city was able to do in the last calendar year. And part of that was getting some federal clearances and historic preservation clearances. So because we are a certified local government and we have a qualified historic preservation officer on our staff, we're able to do that 106 review internally. And I believe this really helped accelerate the project and help get that basin project done. And so Mark Revis is our historic preservation officer, and so he's given you some highlights of the site and what some of the history was of that site where that project was completed. We've also got a site plan of the proposed Murdoch Neighborhood Park, which is going to happen here in the next year. It's being funded with CDBG funds. We're really excited. Again, Mark Revis working closely with our other Amy Hagan, who's our, I think she's the Deputy Director of Parks, Amy Hagan, working with Mark on that. So we're super excited. We've got some overviews of what the Planning and Zoning Commission looked at this year, along with a link to their agendas. And then we get into a nice review of the year. So this is it's a calendar year report. And so we've really summarized January through December of some of the council activities. So here's an opportunity for those of you that were on council last year to relive some of what I'm sure were highlights of your legislative year. And so we've got things on land use, zoning code amendments, and we've got some housing actions that came through to you. So go ahead and review that. We've got a nice report on what happened with our comprehensive planning program and the regional plan update. As you know, we're kind of halfway through the update to the regional plan. Last year, we held a lot of community meetings. We did visioning workshops. We hired our scenario planning consultant, along with some other things. And I'll promote what's happening next is the scenario planning. Coming up at the end of this month, the public will have an opportunity to participate in that. Sarah Dechter was explaining to you that last week. We've got this game that folks will play. The technical staff did it this week. Let's see, it was actually last week, I think, last Thursday. And so we're going to be doing that with the public at the end of the month. There's information in the lobby on that and on our website. So we encourage everyone to participate in those visioning, or I should say their scenario planning workshops. I've got an overview of the real estate activity. A lot of it came in front of you. I've never seen so many capital projects in my time here at the city. You just got a great report from our city engineer. All of those property rights that we need, whether it's real property, easements, temporary construction easements, come through our real estate program. And it's really Bryce and one other person, Carmen Pryor. We do contract for quite a few services, but we're extremely busy in real estate. Building safety also had a very successful year. There's a lot of numbers in here in terms of plan reviews, permits, over 2,400 permits, over 14,000 inspections completed in one calendar year. The total construction value for 2022 was $240,529,000, so close to $241 million in valuation of construction. We've highlighted ADUs. We had 45 accessory dwelling units constructed last year and 353 photovoltaic permits, so solar. Nicole and her team have really been promoting that program, and so they coordinate really well with our team, let us know when we're about to see a lot of permits, and it's just great to work with everybody on those. The last thing we have is our code compliance report. One of the things I'll point out, you get a nice mix of the types of issues that our code team works on. A number of years ago, probably 6 or 7 years ago, we'd gotten some direction to be proactive in our code compliance, which I believe we always have been. There's kind of this myth that we only respond to complaints. That's really not true. And so when you look at this report at the top, we have a staff-driven complaint and a citizen-driven complaint. And what that means is staff-driven are the ones where we initiated the violation. So we went out, we observed it, we managed it. The citizens are the ones where we're responding. And so I think roughly about 90% of our cases are actually staff-initiated. We're very proactive when it comes to code compliance. And then you've got your dark sky report. The wonderful partnership with Coconino County on the joint position, our dark sky specialist. And so that's it. We're going to keep doing the monthly reports as well, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have had after reviewing this year-end report.
Questions, comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, I just want to also thank you for all the work that your department's doing and moving our city forward. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was really surprised at the, because I assumed that most of the code compliance complaints were citizen-driven, and I was surprised at that. And Reggie, he's my best friend, so shout out to Reggie. Thanks.
Yeah, obviously they've had a really busy season, like our streets and parks crews as well with snow. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dan and Paul, for those nice updates. A couple quick items, and I will conclude, Mayor. I also wanted to call out in my report, there's a little blurb on some of the recruiting efforts that have been going on, and including some nice displays out at the airport, but also the many digital tools and platforms being used on various forums and websites. And with that, I will give some props here to Heidi Hansen and the Economic Vitality team and the many talented people in that team that have been doing all of this internally. It's a great effort and much appreciated, so thank you. Lastly, in this item you will not find in my report. I will touch on it again. Likely it'll be brought to you in a consent agenda if there's a nod here tonight, but I would be looking to, or at least inform you that there's an effort by the National League of Cities to support, with a letter that's being circulated, support the Railway Safety Act of 2023 now in the U.S. Senate. This, of course, is something that I think is of interest to Flagstaff. Thank you, Mayor, for forwarding the information to me. I would very much like to go forward with this form letter. It's actually an application, and then come back to you later for ratification if you think that would be a good step forward. Thank you, and I
Thumbs
think,
up. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, City Manager. We have a couple of comment cards on this item. First up, we have Dapper Dre.
Hello, hello. Greetings, council, staff, of course, and new mayor. It's good to see you. This is the first time I've been in council halls since a lot of the new council getting on. Most of you know who I am and know what not only am I involved in, but was involved in May 20th, 2021. So from the bottom of my heart to staff, to council, it's really good to see those safety intersections going in where they are. I'm sure all of you got to see crash data from Martin Ince, from other folks who are in transportation, and we just got to follow that data. If that data says those are super dangerous intersections, well, then I appreciate that we're following the data to get to why they're dangerous and hopefully make them better. And I'm sure most know, but also remind a lot of folks about the Downtown Improvement District. That was all for pedestrians. That was to make downtown more pedestrian friendly. And we see what a stalwart and what the draw of downtown is, because it is pedestrian friendly. Could be more, you know. There's definitely parts that need additional attention, as always, as all things. Growing pains happen to all cities, and it happens to us. And I would also like to again reiterate the thanks to staff, and much so for at least being open-minded to making improvements for those bike lanes as a pilot test to see what kind of headaches that brings. And I know you get all kinds of headaches. You get all kinds of people who say, if you just change the traffic lights, we'll get to our thing faster. If you can deal with congestion, then it'll make our lives so much better. But the irony of that, and the irony of all car travel, is that what they're advocating for is spending less time in their vehicles. So we're putting in, what was it, 19 million to just a Bueller interchange? We're putting in millions upon millions upon millions of dollars into streets, into roads, so that people can get to their destinations quicker, so that they can be in their cars less. And that is the ultimate goal of a lot of these big transportation goals, is to get people out of their cars faster. So how about we try having them not be in their cars? And how about we try having people be able to walk and be able to bike safely? And induced demand works both ways. If you make stuff easier for people to walk and to ride their bike, and it's safe and it's efficient and it's easy, more people will do it. If you do that for cars, then we'll continue to have cars and congestion. And we got to stop thinking about it as problems. This isn't problems. This is just how we live. This is what we're going to have to balance. You guys get to do it. Staff gets to do it. We all get to do it. It's a little bit harder for me to balance on one leg now, but you know I'll be out there on the streets, always do my best. Thank you. Do your best.
Thank you. And let me see if I can pronounce this correctly. Adam Mani?
It's Mooney. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, leadership, staff, and community. It's great to be with you all. Just wanted to comment on the capital project reports. Capital engineer Paul Mood did a great job and is doing a great job with the team. And I just wanted to point out a couple concerns. On the Fremont right sizing, I know we're kind of kicking that till spring, but if you look at the designs that are in your packet, the median is 14.5 feet wide. It's almost twice the width of most cars, and the vehicle travel lanes are the width of ADOT I-17 travel lanes, which is 12 feet. So I want to encourage the city engineer team to start maybe planning for minimum widths rather than maximum widths. And although we are right sizing from 5 lanes to 3 lanes, we're still building maximum width lanes, which is not good for pedestrian comfort and crossing ability, especially given that this is close to Fala and a neighborhood that's right there. And I know that the neighbors are very concerned about this as well. Bike lanes should also not be between travel lanes and parked cars. Bike lanes should be up against the margins where they're safe and away from cars. So I think that the team can do a little bit better, although I know that they're still working on it. I'd like to see better designs being presented to you all and to us, the public. I also wanted to express my extreme excitement for the protected intersections that are being designed at San Fran and Butler and Beaver and Butler. That is 2 of the more dangerous intersections in our town, as Dre spoke to, with the crash data backing it up. And they're $800,000 each. Not a lot of money when you talk about capital projects. The Beulah widening effort that FBO, Flagstaff Biking Organization, just signed off on a letter of support for is for $45 million. So $800,000 for each intersection isn't a whole lot. And really quick, for folks who don't know what a protected intersection is, it's a protected intersection or a protected junction, also known as a Dutch-style junction. It's a type of at-grade road junction in which cyclists and pedestrians are separated from cars. And the primary aim of the junction is to make pedestrians and cyclists safer and feel safer at the road junction. And so if you don't know what a protected intersection is, I advise you to look it up. The curbs are bumped out. Cars have to make a sharper right-hand turn. There's no right turn on red. And pedestrians and cyclists get the green light first, often giving them the ability to cross the intersection before cars even get moving. So very excited to see this happening. And if we can find $13 million, I think it is, for Beulah University alignment of 419 funds, I think we can find $1.6 million for this project. And just general appreciation to the capital team for putting a lot of emphasis and focus, and with your support, on bike and ped needs in town. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, moving on. That was all, correct? Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to discussion and direction on whether to consider an invitation for bid for a lease within the Cheshire Park expansion area for a telecommunication facility, cell tower.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Dan Folk, Community Development. So I'm going to kick off this presentation. I've got a couple folks who are going to support me in this. Bryce Doty, our real estate manager, and Amy Hagan, I think our Deputy Parks Director, is our current title. So this is probably an item that has not come to council before. It's a little new. We do get requests from different folks who want to use city property for different purposes. And so it's not uncommon to get communications from telecommunication folks or folks who do the permitting for these companies. And so we were contacted, I believe it was last year, they contacted Bryce Doty, our real estate manager. Typically what we do is we take it through a property and development team, which is, it's an informal committee of just staff members. And we typically meet every month, and it's for these types of requests, things on city property, questions about management of city property, just all kinds of issues around that. And so what we do is we bring it to that committee. Obviously, we include PROS in this because the proposal was to do it on parkland. And so we had that meeting last year. The recommendation from staff was not to pursue a lease. But after talking it over internally, it was decided, this is a good opportunity to actually bring this to council, get some input from council, also from the public, right? It provides an opportunity for the public to participate in this discussion. And so ultimately, we will be seeking your direction at the end of this presentation. And there's a process that would have to be involved. We'd have to go through a public solicitation. We cannot just, enter an agreement with one company. It's got to be an open process where it's awarded through a competitive procurement. So again, at the end, we'll be asking, do you want us to prepare a solicitation or do you not want us to proceed? Let me just give you a little background on the zoning and how we zone, how we regulate cell towers and what we call wireless facilities in our zoning code. And so this section, 1040-6310, it's about, I want to say 10 to 12 pages of requirements. And it kind of lays out what we allow by right and what requires a conditional use permit. Conditional use permits go to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They're appointed by City Council. The result of P&Z is reported to council, and then you can now refer it to yourself, or you can just leave it alone and let P&Z's decision stand. At a very high level, what's required to approve a conditional use permit for a new wireless facility, the applicant needs to demonstrate that there's a need. They need to demonstrate that they've looked at alternatives, right? Rather than putting up a new structure, did they look at alternatives and why won't those work? And then are they mitigating the impacts of the use? So in this case, it's typically visual impact is what we hear about most often. Some of the other things that are in our code that I didn't include in the presentation, but I'll touch on, is we do talk about preferred sites for these structures, neutral sites, and disfavored sites. So preferred sites are, mounting on community structures. So putting antennas on existing buildings, existing towers, that's always our preference. New towers are preferred in industrial zones or public land, public facility primarily, not necessarily parks. And so those are in the preferred sites. And I'll get to what this means in just a minute. Then we have neutral sites, so commercial districts, primarily commercial districts are the neutral sites. And then disfavored sites for new towers would be residential neighborhoods, scenic view corridors, so designated locales that are scenic, and then scenic locales such as parks. Public parks are listed in here. And so what those three categories mean is it does limit the height you can ask for. So a preferred site, you can ask for up to 100 feet. Neutral site is 75 feet. And then a disfavored site is 60 feet, but in no case more than 70. There's some language about the trees and being a little bit above the trees. And so that's why it's important what category the site falls into. That ties directly to the development standards, what you're allowed to consider. And then we have some additional locations that are identified where new towers need to be at least 300 feet from right-of-way. And there's a list of locations, and one of them is US Highway 180, Fort Valley Road. So this is out on Fort Valley Road. So if it were to be at this parcel, it would have to be at least 300 feet away from the right-of-way. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bryce, and he's going to talk about the specific request, just to kind of give you the background, and then we'll circle back at the end here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So here's where we're at in the world. The yellow star just off of 180 before you get to the Schultz Meadow, or Schultz Y. So what this is unimproved parkland. So we have expansion plans for it. So Cheshire Park is to the southwest of it. So you can see the courts right there. And there are plans which Amy Hagan will talk about in just a minute about expanding the park. But this is a site that has been identified from potential tower siting companies as a place where they would like to put this. This was kind of in their initial concept plans, this diagram on the right, that's where they ideally would like to place it, at least preliminarily. This is just kind of viewing it from that strange Google Street, 3D view. So when we're talking about these, we're all talking about those monopine stealth cell towers these days. What they're currently asking for is a 100-foot size tower. And what they need in terms of area for that is a 25 square foot postage stamp size area. That, according to screening and siting with the CUP, it would be a block wall right now. If we get, we can always put enhanced screening or anything like that we would need to try to protect it visually, but that's exactly what we're looking at. And I think we're all kind of familiar with seeing those in the communities. That's just the concept site plan that they were initially provided us. And that's what that 2,500 square feet would look like. So you'd have the tower itself, and then you'd have a backup generator that would be utilized, at least tested once a month. So there would be someone coming to make sure that the generator works once a month for emergency property or for emergency situations. Another view of the beautiful fake pine tree. Okay, so considering that, what are we actually talking about? One, we do get these requests a lot, and it's always easy to say no to things. But AT&T, they demonstrated a need to say, hey, we've got bad service here. We want to improve it. We would love to put a cell tower here. That was the initial request, was a CIDR from AT&T. Generally, all this infrastructure is designed to co-locate, so you would potentially have additional co-location services on there. So we're talking about improved service in the area. AT&T does also have a first responders kind of radio network that would be plugged into this, so you have better access for first responders capabilities. And the way that they kind of come up with this is these propagation maps of where their service propagates. And they've kind of plug it in to say, well, if we had a tower here, here's what our cell service would look like in the area. And so based off of what they've done on that, they say this would be a great area. So that's what's the bonus on theirs. And then this slide is what I kind of like to call the size of the prize in terms of what are we actually talking about. If we did get to the point where we did issue a ground lease for a cell tower, a year and a half ago, one of the cities in Arizona kind of passed around, hey, what are your cell tower rates? And so we kind of have a good data on what municipals have generally been charging these companies. And so that average is about $18,000, $22,000 a year right now. And so that's what we're looking at in terms of if we put this out to bid. Not a ton of money, but that's revenue into the city. Generally, these are structured on a 50-year life lease. So all in, total revenues received, you're looking at around $2.5 million at a present day value. That's around $700,000. So that's the kind of two considerations: improved service and then some revenue coming into the city. And with that, I will turn it over to Amy to discuss those potential park expansions.
Thank you, Bryce. Good afternoon, everyone. Amy Hagan, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. So as both Bryce and Dan mentioned, this is a part of the about roughly 8.5 acres that are an expansion piece of current Cheshire Park as the parcel starts to front 180. What you see on your screen right there is a concept plan that was adopted in 2003 for this expansion area. I do think today, if we were to take a look at that, it's going to resemble something a little bit different, and I'll get into why it would resemble something different. So we do need an updated concept plan. We were at the podium in February of 2020 when there was a bond initiative occurring, and this was one of those locations for anyone that was a council member or mayor at that time. This is one of our Parks and Recreation Commission's top priorities. We went through a prioritization process and kind of a strategic plan to identify if funding existed, where do we want to go as a team. This is a top priority. It is currently in our 5-year PROS's 5-year BBB rec funded plan for what would be out years year 3, so fiscal year 25-26, to develop and bring something to the community at this location. What is that something? It's a multi-purpose field, and we also have a partner that's come to the table through this prioritization process that would be almost a partnership in this, not a P3, but probably a P2, where there would be a track around this multi-purpose field, because there's currently not a track that's open to the public in our community. So that's our potential local partner contribution, and any cell tower siting, including access easements, any of that, as already identified in the cell company's concept plan, it's going to need to accommodate any of those park amenities. So we'll need to, if this is something to move forward with, need to identify where that would go. I think some other interesting pieces to when this future park expansion develops is, more than likely, I would assume ADOT's going to we're going to need a deceleration lane as you're heading. It would technically be southbound on 180, so coming from, say, Fremont Boulevard toward Beale. I envision a decel lane there that's currently not shown on any concept drawing today, so that would be another impact. In referencing then the right-of-way that Dan was speaking, so that's still 300 feet from that right-of-way edge, so possibly pushing any potential cell tower even back further into the park grounds. All right, I believe, Dan, are you next slide? There you go.
All right, we've just got a couple more slides here. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this did go to a staff committee. We call it the Property and Development Team. Obviously, we had park staff there. I believe we had some public safety representatives, public works, really across the organization. We did talk about, at a very high level, about, you know, what would the city benefit in terms of public safety and all of that. And it was, again, the determination was not at this time. Because it does require a conditional use permit, we know that we've had strong community participation in these hearings. Particularly when they're near residential locations. We've had a lot of community concerns about the visual impacts, some health impacts. So I think we would expect to be a lot of participation in this process. That's not really the determining reason whether you want to pursue it or not, I don't think, but it's something to keep in mind that we would anticipate probably some strong community pushback on this location. Maybe not. So here we're just trying to summarize some of the things we've talked about. What are some of the community benefits? Would be improved cell service. There would be some revenue that would come to the city. I think the tricky part is impacts to the park. How do we know where to locate it without a final park plan, right? I think if we had an adopted park plan that Amy and Rebecca Sayers were comfortable with, maybe we could find a location. But because it's kind of up in the air, I think that's one of the big challenges. So what's our ability to incorporate future park development with a wireless facility? And then we've listed just some of the concerns that we typically hear on these types of requests. I mentioned the impacts to the future park. There's residential townhomes right nearby. There's a school, the museum. Certainly without the park development, as it's shown now, it would be out in the middle of this field. It would be very visible. So I think view shed comments, we would get that. We do hear about RF exposure. That's the health concern we hear about. And then there is some noise associated with these uses, like when a generator kicks on occasionally. So those are things that would be discussed through the public hearing. Should you want to proceed with a competitive lease, our recommendation would be to take it to Parks and Rec and have them help us inform the, really it's a, I guess it would be would it be a request for bid? An invitation for bid. So we would do an invitation for bid where we would cite, you know, prepare the invitation for bid, what we're looking for, right? And so we think input from the Parks and Rec Commission would be helpful on that. Then we have to go through this competitive process where we issue the invitation for bid. We go through the evaluation. We come to you with a recommendation on who we should enter into a lease with. You have the ability to award that lease and all the terms of that lease. And then at that point, we would recommend that the successful bidder then take it through the conditional use process. Once we've identified the carrier, then they can design their proposal. And so there'd be quite a bit of process. I think that's our last slide. So now we're ready for either public comment, if you have any of that, or your questions and comments, and ultimately direction on should we start this process or not.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments? Councilmember House.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and this information. I just have a couple clarifying questions. So first, if I read this correctly, so what's being requested is a 100-foot cell tower, correct?
That's what the request was, right?
Okay. So with this being what sounds like by definition a disfavored site, would they be required to reduce that height to the 60 to 70 feet?
I believe they would. I believe at this location, what could be considered is, what did I say, 60 feet? Yeah, 60 feet. I believe that's what would be allowed at this location.
Okay, thank you. And then just with the statement in one of the slides making that the point that any tower siting would have to accommodate the park amenities, is it anticipated that the proposed siting of this, I know you were saying that there's not the plan in place yet, but is there difficulty anticipated in being able to site that in a way that not only meets the park accommodations, but also takes into consideration the right-of-way requirements?
You're correct with that, Councilmember House. Without an updated concept plan, right now it's very difficult to state where a reduced cell tower height could feasibly go at this time. So it's not something that we could commit to nor package into any type of design.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I support the idea of better cell reception in the area, but I wonder if there might be better sites. For instance, just across the Highway 180, there's a water storage facility. Might that be a better site for something like this?
Thanks, Councilmember McCarthy. We did have a meeting with Water Services about potentially siting cell towers on here. One of the main reasons not to is that they utilize the reservoir for helicopter dips for fighting fires, and so we don't want to introduce another level of height that they got to dip in and under.
All right, so the water facility is not a good site.
Correct, and the Schultz Y also, that was another one that was considered, but we've already got significant infrastructure in that one for other things that may or may not ever happen, but figured that was off limits also. So this was kind of the last site that we identified in the area from a publicly held property.
So, Mr. Folk, part of the process was that they have to show that there's no other alternative sites. So have they shown that?
Well, no, we don't have an application, so this is at a very high level. I don't think we would get into that level of analysis until we actually had a conditional use permit. But yeah, that's part of the application is they need to demonstrate technically that they don't have any alternatives, right? There aren't any other locations that they can provide this level of service at.
So I don't think I would be inclined to suggest that we move this forward until we have analysis showing that there's no other alternative sites, because this is obviously not a great site. So I guess I would be a maybe, which means I'd vote, well, we're not voting tonight, right? But I would give a thumbs down tonight, and then, but I would be open-minded if they can show that there's really no alternatives, then maybe I would become a thumbs up.
Well, and I think in the process that we've laid out, that wouldn't come until you were actually had awarded a license, and then they're going to put the investment into developing a project and preparing the conditional use application. We just probably won't know that information until they get to that conditional use process. That's what I'm thinking.
I guess I'm a little troubled by this. We're asked to make a decision about something that, and we don't have all of the information. Specifically, are there alternative sites? Because we already know this is not a preferred site. So I'm troubled by that.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. It's not the only consideration, but the recommendation of the Staff Advisory Committee is something I take very seriously. I feel comfortable not moving forward with this at this time. If, I agree, we shouldn't be too skittish about more cell towers, but the vetting that our Staff Advisory Committee has done so far is sufficient for me to pump the brakes a little bit on this for the time being. We'll see if things change down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any council members who feel differently than what staff has proposed? All right, we're with you.
Great. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Item number 8, update on minimum wage and Office of Labor Standards.
Good evening, Mayor Daggett, members of council. I'm Chris Rohde, Management Analyst in Public Affairs. Just as I spoke to you a few weeks ago about civil rights, I'm here to give an annual update on minimum wage and our Office of Labor Standards. Let's see here. All right. First, I want to give a bit of background on our ordinance. This is a bit more, I think, known in the community than our civil rights ordinance, but it's always nice just to go over it. This was approved by the voters in 2016 after it after it gained ballot access as a citizen's petition. So it never went through City Council. It was never written on or authored by city staff, and the city in general had no role in crafting or passing this item. That does mean that this section of our city code is voter protected as well. The goal of this initiative was to get to $15 an hour as the city's minimum wage by 2021, and then to continue increasing that minimum wage equivalent with the increases of inflation after that point. So sitting here in March of 2023, the minimum wage is $16.80 an hour and $14.80 an hour for any businesses that have tip workers, provided that their tips make up that additional $2 an hour. So they still have to make the full minimum wage when their tips are included, but they can be paid an hourly wage of $14.80 before their tips. Our ordinance is also set to phase out that tip minimum wage over the course of several years. Just essentially, it'll just continually catch that full minimum wage in the year 2026. It'll go away completely, and we'll have one minimum wage for all employees, regardless of how they're paid or how they receive, whether or not they receive tips. This current year was the first year that we used the Consumer Price Index to determine what the minimum wage would be. In 2022, it was $15.50, and we went through a process in the fall of last year to determine what it would be based on the Consumer Price Index. As long as this ordinance remains unchanged, that will continue indefinitely every year in the fall. And I also want to note that our state and federal governments are exempt. That includes the community college and NAU. Because we had to go through this process for the first time, I want to go over what that looks like and how we did it. We use the percentage increase of the Consumer Price Index from the previous year as measured in August. So essentially, we took the number for August of 2022, divided by August of 2021, and then multiplied that by $15.50 to get our current minimum wage. That number is also rounded to the nearest 5 cents, so it's $16.80. The calculation ended up being, I believe it was 16.77xxxxx. You know, it's not a round number, but it rounded up to $16.80 an hour. And there's several metrics, so we use the metric for all urban consumers and the U.S. city average. So it's a national number. It's not a localized one. They do have one for Phoenix. They also have ones for different sizes of cities, but we use the national number to calculate our wage. That number for August is released in September. They actually released the numbers a few weeks into the next month. So I think it was September 13th or somewhere, or a couple days within that point, that we got those numbers and were able to make that calculation. One thing I want to note that came to our attention this last year was that the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reserves the right to make amendments to their previous CPI numbers going back as far as 10 years into the past, and they can do that really at any time without notice. They do keep a little change log on their website that shows you when things were changed, but they don't put out a press release or anything else. So unless we're looking for that, we won't see it. That's why I have this recommendation here. This is the only recommendation I'm bringing today. I'm going to make sure that I note that, again, this is a voter-protected part of our code, but just because those numbers, they almost always are very minuscule in how much they change something. I saw just a couple days ago they released some new changes based on utility numbers out of the Chicago area. Just, I think one of the public utilities for like power generation, electricity, made a small change to how much that utility was charging its consumers, and that affected the overall numbers for January of this last year. So that was a pretty quick one that they caught, but they can go back as far as 10 years. And because we don't regularly look for those kinds of things, and our code does not mention how we should handle these situations, we're recommending that we amend this ordinance just to say that we'll use the number at the time it's released. If there are changes, so for example, this year, the number we came to is $16.80 an hour. This would stop us from being in a situation where in May of the year, or some point in the middle of the year, a change is made, and all of a sudden someone comes to us and says, oh my goodness, that changed the calculation we did, and our minimum wage should change as a result of it, when we don't have any time beforehand, or maybe we don't even see it to begin with. We'd be able to take that into account the next year, so it would still be accounted for. It would just be the next following year, as opposed to making a sudden change in the middle of a year. So it isn't something that would make a drastic change to our ordinance or the way that our wage is calculated. It would just address a very specific instance that could happen. To my knowledge, it has not happened, and the odds that it would impact our wage are very small, but it's something that just seems like a small change could help to prevent a situation that causes confusion in the future. Moving on from that point, I want to talk about what our office does, and then I'll get into some outreach efforts and some specific things about the wage this year. We enforce Title 14 of the City Code. There's really 4 points underneath that. We put out documents and publications to the business community and to employees that they can use. There is a poster we create every year that businesses have to have hanging in a prevalent location on their site, so that employees know that what the wage is and what they're entitled to. We're required under our code to create that document in any language that's spoken by 5% of our population. That's been produced in English and Spanish. I'll note that our Navajo-speaking population, depending on which source you look at, is close to 5%, but that's not a written language, so we don't produce it in Navajo. We do produce other things that are verbal in Navajo, but we don't produce a written one in Navajo just because it's not a written language. We also conduct outreach and education to the community. So we meet with many groups throughout the year, and we produce documents and other types of things that the community can see so that they're aware of this wage and what it means for the community. And then the bigger ones that we do are we investigate possible wage violations, both when they are brought to us, if someone says, I believe I'm not being paid the full wage, or if we come to understand a situation may be occurring, we can investigate those to see if that's actually happening. We can demand documents from a business and go through that whole process. If we discover that an employee or employees are being underpaid or have been underpaid, we do have the right to enforce our ordinance by demanding payment, including penalties and interest on those back wages. Talking about inflation over the last year and how we got to that $16.80. This is over the last decade what inflation has looked like. It's by the calendar year, so beginning in January, ending in December of each year. You can see for quite some time it sat at or below 2%, and then after the pandemic began in 2021, we saw a large spike. The total inflation for the calendar year of 2021 was 7%. It did come down slightly last year to 6.5%, so a little bit of reprieve there. But the annual numbers for the calendar years were still pretty high. I do want to zoom in a bit on that over the last 2 years of when we saw that change. So just looking since January of 2021, the graph down below shows what it's done monthly. And these are still annual numbers, so it's still year over year. It started kind of about 1.5%, and it hit its spike last summer in June, where it was at 9%. It came down a little bit. The number we used in August was that 8.3% number, and then it's down to 6.5%. It's continued to decline throughout the rest of the calendar year. If we zoom in further, or just in the same time period, this is a smaller number. So instead of being calculated year over year, it's just calculated over a 3-month period. So you can see it's more acute, less long-term, and you can see that actually those vertical kind of grayish blue bars, those are when we take the measurement. So you can see that throughout most of in the middle of the screen, from August of 21 to August of 22, that inflation remained high for pretty much that whole point. That's why we saw such a large jump in our minimum wage. And then since then, just for the last few months, inflation's actually been pretty low. Acutely, we're still looking at numbers, and I'll note as well that new numbers came out this morning for February. I didn't have time to put them in a slideshow, but I did not jot them down on my notepad here so I can tell you what they're at. The annual number is down from 6.5% to just a straight 6.0%, so that's a continued improvement. And then the 3-month averages that would be on this graph, for January it was 0.04%, in February it was 1.1%. That brings, those are kind of in line with where they've been since August, but they're still a lot lower than they were a year ago, year and a half ago, when they were up near 1-2% very consistently. So next question is, what does all this mean? People ask me all the time, what will inflation be? What will the wage be next year? I'm not an economist and not in the business of making predictions, but I do want to give you information about what that could look like. So on the right side of the screen is just a simple equation of if inflation's at certain numbers, what our wage would be. And of course, these are rounded numbers, so if it ends up at 1.5%, it'll be somewhere between those two on the right, but just down from 1 to 10%. Not making a prediction of what it'll be at that point, but that's what it would be at certain inflation numbers. Like I said, these numbers were from January on the left side of the screen, so I didn't have a chance to update it because they just came out this morning. But again, that 6.4% is actually now 6%. And because we're at a 6-month period now from August to February, it's a nice half of a year. I have that here as well. That number in the middle of the screen on the left that is 1% here is actually 1.6% is the most current one. That the average and 12-month pace remain about the same. I think the 12-month pace for that actually is about closer to 3%. But if inflation continues at those rates, we'd be looking at something closer to 3% than the current one we have last year, where it was over 8%. So that's good news if you're looking for a lower minimum wage or a slower economy. I'm happy to provide those numbers in writing as well. I know it's a lot of numbers to throw at you all at once. I'm sorry. I try to use graphs and things to make it a little more palatable, but there are just a lot of raw numbers when you're dealing with things like inflation. Finally, just a background of the cases that we dealt with last year. We actually had 3 formal cases that we did full investigations on, came to formal conclusions on. 2 of those cases we were able to substantiate that the employee was underpaid. One of them we were not, and then we recovered over $1,200 on behalf of those filers in their back wages. So, and that's not that we determined those funds were owed. That's that we confirmed that they were paid as well. So that's much we were able to do last year. That's a lot fewer than we've seen in the past. 3 cases is pretty low. We had a lot of inquiries on things that just didn't end up materializing into cases, but we do expect that number. That's a low number on the long-term average. So I would not expect to be that low, consistently. Then as well, with the minimum wage being calculated by inflation for the first time, we tried to do a little more outreach than we'd done in the past. And we did a multifaceted approach this year. It was a new way of calculating things, so we knew that would be a new thing for the community. We sent notices to every licensed business operating in the city of Flagstaff, both via email and postal service, so that they had ways of knowing that this was happening. We also met and presented to 4 different local business organizations so that they could help get the word out for us to their partners that it was happening, and to help them plan for the wage increase. We were very active on social media with posts in both English and Spanish, and then we increased our radio reach this year as well. In the previous years, I think we did 8 or 9 stations. We're up to 11 after last year. We got some good deals from some of our local stations that helped us out and partnered with us. And once again, for the second year in a row, we produced ads in English, Spanish, and Navajo. And I think those were very well received. In addition to that, we were in 3 different publications. I believe that was the Daily Sun, the Flagstaff Business News, and the Navajo Hopi Observer, and we produced publications likewise in English and Spanish. And again, you'll note that anything that we could produce in Navajo, we did as well, but anything that was written, we just weren't able to do because it's, again, not a written language. For future activities, for continuing from the previous slide, I apologize. In addition to those outreach things, some of the things we did internally, we made some great changes to our complaint form, the actual document that someone has to file with us to begin a case. We simplified it quite a bit. It's a lot shorter than it used to be. It's also now bilingual. We have PDFs in English and Spanish, and we created an online version that has both options there, so a person can just choose, and it'll present the whole form to them in their language of choice. We also made sure that that online form is accessible to the visually impaired, so that they can hover over things and it'll read out the questions in their language of choice to them as well, so that they're able to file something that's just not as possible with a piece of paper or a PDF. We worked to aggregate some of the data on all of our cases that going back from when the office began in 2017. We do have that data. It's a little funky just because the way the office has been run has changed over several years. So linking common things together between cases that are often just very, very different ended up being more difficult than we anticipated, but we did go through that process. We also established more connections with our local organizations. We want to continue to expand that into the future. We really hit a lot of business organizations over the last year and established good relationships that we can go back. We feel we can go back to them in the future, and they're going to help us get the message out. But we do want to, in the future, it's a goal of ours to increase that span to more employee-centered organizations. I think that there are probably fewer of those in the community and fewer that are at least as big as some of the business organizations, but we do want to look into that sector more, as well as we want to be present at more events around the community, job fairs, things like that, so that employees know what their rights are and have access to our office and know what kind of service we provide and all that kind of stuff. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, if any of you have any questions or comments for me about the way the office is run, I'm happy to hear them. And if there's discussion or questions or comments about that recommended change regarding corrections to the consumer price index, I'm also happy to answer questions about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a public commenter, but I want to open it up to questions from council members if you need to clarify anything before I take public comment. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious, you were saying that the city is enforcing any violations on the minimum wage. Does the state labor department get involved at all in that?
Not in city ones. I do refer cases down to their office if it's usually if it's a case that happens outside of the city. People come to us if there's a business in the outskirts, if it's in Munns Park or Donny Park or Kachina Village, Mountain Air, they'll come to us, and those are outside of our jurisdiction, so we'll go to them. Or if it involves things that don't involve wage, so people have questions about their vacation or sick accruals, things like that that aren't in our ordinance, that aren't what we do. We refer those cases down to them, but they don't really involve themselves in our cases.
Yes, council member.
So you had a lot of discussion about month-to-month changes and everything.
Yeah.
But your proposal is still going to be August to August.
Yeah, we not expecting to change that. This is just if say tomorrow the Bureau of Labor Statistics comes out and says, "Oh my goodness, we made some mistakes on the August numbers from last year. We need to amend them." And also note that our equation last year, when we calculated it, it fell very close to which way it rounded. I think it ended up being $16.77, like 7 or something like that. So, it's at 7.75. It would have been where it changed. So if they went back and said, "Oh, actually, that number for housing, whatever it was, should be 2% lower," and that would have brought us down to, if you redo that calculation, it brings us below that threshold. Then the ordinance doesn't specify whether we should change our wage accordingly to change it, if it rounds down instead of up or vice versa. So it would just be if there's a change that doesn't happen when it's initially announced in August that would impact our wage.
Okay, I'm going to take public comment, and then we will come back and give you our direction.
Thank you. Would you like me to leave this up on the screen for you, or a certain slide you'd like me to leave it on?
Sure, go ahead and leave that up in
Okay.
case we want to flip back
Thank you.
or forward. Joe Bader.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Joe Bader. I live in Flagstaff. I'm right now representing the Flagstaff Living Wage Coalition on this particular agenda item, and I want to thank Chris Rohde for his excellent report and the fact that he's doing as much outreach as he is and proposing to do outreach to employee groups, people that represent employees in town, is very important, along with talking to the businesses and getting the notices out and that sort of thing. This is exactly why the initiative was written in the first place. Is one of the main reasons was to have an Office of Labor Standards that would be a place where employees who weren't being treated correctly on the minimum wage at work could come and seek adjudication of their grievances. And it seems to be working out well. I wanted to make a comment about the clarification. It seems what Chris is saying and what's being proposed is what the lawyers would say is de minimis change on the CPI aspect of the ordinance. My first thought was, I don't know why it needs clarification. It says August to August. You did an August to August calculation. The CPI during that period from August 21 to August 22 was 8.3%, multiplied times 1550, which was the minimum wage at the time, gives you the 16.77 or whatever, rounded to 1680. So that calculation was correct. There was nothing unclear about that. I suppose there might be a time when the Department of Labor or the Bureau of Labor Statistics could say, oh, well, we made a mistake, et cetera. But just to be, you need to be clear, you need to be careful that, as Chris mentioned, it's voter protected because it came from an initiative. So any amendment has to further the purpose of the initiative and be done by a 3/4 vote. So I just wanted to I think you all know that, but I wanted to reiterate that this was passed by the voters and it's voter protected. And I think the ordinance, the initiative and the ordinance are doing the job it's set out to. As it's raised the wages of the lowest paid workers in town, and it set up an Office of Labor Standards to enforce their rights under the law, which did not exist before. People were victims of wage theft on a massive scale in a lot of the industries in town. And now they don't have to be. They have a place they can come, and the law will be enforced. And so I appreciate the work done by the city and the Office of Labor Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Comments, questions? Are we comfortable with staff's suggested tweak? Go ahead.
I'm comfortable with it, but I'm going to want to read the details because, exactly how it's worded could make a big difference.
Okay, you have our approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving down to item number 9, council discussion on petition to Flagstaff City Council titled Climate Emergency, Stop the Money Pipeline.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Rick Tatter. I'm your Management Service Director, and I also serve as the City Treasurer for the City of Flagstaff. Tonight's discussion is about a citizen petition that came forward to Council and your request to have a discussion. We received the petition from the citizens on May 3rd of 2022. The title of it was Climate Emergency, Stop the Money Pipeline. Action requested was, we request the City Council instruct City's financial manager to move city banking services from Wells Fargo, one of the world's top financiers of fossil fuel industry, to a community bank or credit union. On May 17th, the petition was discussed in a council meeting work session, and council agreed with 3 or more to continue the conversation about banking services and this request. So as you know, some of the things that stand out in the petition is climate, it's banking services, it's community bank, and fossil fuels. These are the things that I intend to address and talk about as far as perspective from your city treasurer and our needs for the city. So, list of topics that we'll go through is our banking services, our partnership with Wells Fargo, our current banking contract as it is, Wells Fargo and our community, Wells Fargo's approach to climate action and fossil fuels, and a staff recommendation. So banking services is really critical for a city our size and to deliver the things we need in our community and protect our assets. Many value-added banking services have been provided during our partnership with Wells Fargo. Over the next few slides, I'm going to demonstrate all the city services we currently rely on and some of the added value that we received. Wells Fargo provides services that are often proprietary, which allows them to manage cost and keep down the cost of service, and they're usually developed based on customer needs. Smaller institutions and credit unions are often reliant on larger banks to provide these services that they may not be able to deliver. And then they pass those costs on to the customer. First service to talk about is deposits. We work with Wells Fargo in many ways to assure that our financial monies get moved to our bank in the appropriate and efficient way. They do this through the best strategies that we worked with them on ways to receive customer payments, state payments, federal payments, and move those into our city accounts in an effective way, and also protect those monies. It's really critical that our money that's in with our bank is protected and assured that we have those resources. A big value with a larger bank is the requirement to collateralize our assets. Any remaining cash balances over the FDIC limits, our states and our banks in Arizona are required to collateralize 102% of our deposits. They do this through a specifically designed program that Wells Fargo assures that they're meeting these commitments. And what this assures also is the cash balances that they are holding on our behalf do not get invested in fossil fuels. They do not have the ability to take our cash on hand and invest it in ways that wouldn't be appropriate as we see. They truly do have to collateralize, which is usually in a money market type environment, which is city treasury or federal treasuries and those types of investments. So our money's secure and it's available when we need that. Over several years working with Wells Fargo Bank, fraud control has been up in front, and they usually bring ideas and suggestions to us as we build and grow our banking services over the last several years. Wells Fargo provides protection to city for unauthorized electronic debits or fraudulent check writing. Essential controls are in place that prevents transactions from clearing fraudulently. Wells Fargo has provided numerous resources to help us identify these types of fraud activities through training opportunities and information and best practices. The city has had fraudulent activity in the past. It happens. But they kept us whole. They assured that they would fund us back for those fraudulent transactions. A couple of the fraud controls measures that we've worked with Wells Fargo over the past several years of our great banking relation is our ACH fraud filter. This service ensures us that our electronic transactions through automatic clearinghouse does have a filter, and we tell them what companies, what agencies can actually hit our ACH transaction. This is huge to stop fraudulent transactions. If something comes in that's not on our list or approved, we get a phone call. They call us, they say, did you miss adding this vendor, or is this a fraudulent activity? And we go through that process with them. Very critical to assure our deposits are safe in our bank. We use these fraud filters on several ACHs for payroll, accounts payable, municipal bills, municipal accounts receivable, and some vendor payments through federal and state agencies. Another added value that Wells Fargo brings to the city of Flagstaff and brought to our attention is a service of positive pay. Positive pay is a process to protect the checks that we write on our account and assure that the proper checks are clearing once they are submitted to a bank for withdrawal. The city worked with Wells Fargo. We take information automated from our check runs for our ACH customers. We send this directly for our check customers, send this directly and upload into Wells Fargo. They then have a measurement of how much we're paying and what vendor it is. They have to match that up in order to make the payments out of our checking account, which is huge and stops potential fraud activities for several of our accounts. The city does get notified if there are exceptions, and we have the choice of reject or accept on those transactions. Banking services includes a lot of disbursement programs that we use at the City of Flagstaff. Several ways that we get our cash out to vendors in other areas as needed. We use checks, checking accounts. Those are utilized for our payroll system, accounts payable, court bond refunds, health equity accounts, and our housing authority payments. Still utilize checks as payments. Direct deposit is a feature that we've been with Wells Fargo for many years on to allow us to pay employees directly to their bank accounts very seamlessly on our behalf, as well as for people to make payments on their utility bills or their miscellaneous accounts receivable. A very efficient way for us to run our business. ACH origination, electronic transfers, we utilize this quite often. This is, again, the direct deposit system for payroll and for the auto pays for municipal bills and accounts receivables, as well as state payments. Wire origination and reporting. Wells Fargo has a very strong program and process in place for us to wire and receive wires from our customers. We rely heavily on wires for transactions that we need to pay promptly and on timely. Most relevant is our debt service payments. We have a lot of debt service payments that we make at frequent times of the year. We have templates set up. We have control set up within their portal to assure that we are only hitting the right vendors for the right amounts. There is a great amount of security to assure that someone can actually initiate a wire for the City of Flagstaff. Also allows us to quickly wire payments in times of emergency. If systems are down and we still need to wire and fund some things, we have that capacity for the City of Flagstaff. And again, unusual activity, we do get a call, and Wells Fargo talks about us of what we may have sent and didn't notify and what we need to do to move those forward. Collections. Wells Fargo provides their standard deposit availability through branches where we take our monies, as well as a lot of innovative tools to deposit funds while providing customers ways to pay services of the city. The first item is electronic lockbox. This allows utility payments to be captured by Wells Fargo ahead of time versus a mailed-in check. They will collect those and provide those in an electronic process, providing us faster funding and payments onto customer accounts more effectively and more efficiently. SmartSafe is an added service over the last couple of years where we have an on-site safe that Wells Fargo manages, where we have the ability to take our cash portions of our payments and submit them into this cash lockbox and get immediate credit and benefit before the cash actually gets to Wells Fargo. It secures it on site until we do an armored car transfer for those services. This did a lot to reduce our armored car services. We have 1 day a week pickup versus every day they were here. Something that Wells Fargo brought forward and we implemented. Image cash letter is a component of SmartSafe where, like I said, we get that immediate recognition of our cash that's in that safe because we have this image cash letter of credit with Wells Fargo. Desktop deposit for many collections allows us to scan the checks that come through our cashiering systems and create an electronic file and mail those, electronically send those to Wells Fargo for processing. Definitely saving the hands-on approach of taking this, going to the bank, having them count, make sure they're correct. The scanning and approval process is a very good and efficient way to assure our money gets there the quickest and allows that we get our funds sooner than the time it would take to transport. Oh, I forgot to move forward. Reporting tools. City has many types of collections and disbursements which require a robust and searchable and reporting capabilities. Online reporting tools. Today we have reports for daily activity, returned items, transaction specific return reporting, a robust ability to search in our banking transactions, as well as image viewing, as well as automated receivables. These are daily files that if you go and you pay by your bank to make a utility payment, they go and capture those before they actually cut a check, and they'll actually get those in electronic version. So if you pay through your bank, we usually try to capture those and effectively bring those into our bank. They send us a file, say here's the payments we received, and we post those. Definitely saves a lot of potential errors on keying dollar amounts, customer accounts. A great service added. Deposit location reporting. We set up our deposits with unique identifiers as far as locations throughout the city. This allows us to really track what function of the city. We've got functions and cash collections throughout the city, but this helps us as finance and bank reconciliation to identify where do these deposits come, who do they represent, and assures that we can match them up in the cash balances to our systems throughout the city of Flagstaff. We've got multiple systems managing cash and transaction. Definitely a valuable tool. And we also receive paycheck files. We don't have to nowadays key in the checks that cleared every month. They actually go through a process, giving us a report that we upload and quickly report on what checks have cleared our banks on a monthly basis, providing quick reconciliation of our check transactions. One of the real valuable tools of going with a bank like Wells Fargo, and they've been a partner with us for many years, is they do offer what's called an earning credit offset for our account. The city earns a monthly earnings allowance based on the average collected monthly balances of our cash balances left in Wells Fargo, and they give us a return on that to allow us to offset any costs or charges of doing business with the Wells Fargo Bank. The city's goal is to have a net sum of zero between the cost of all the services they provide us versus the cost of the earnings credit offsets. This has been working very well for the city. We've also implemented different deposit strategies. We're not trying to keep excess monies there, but we're trying to figure out what that peg level is. And in the last year, calendar year, the city Flagstaff paid zero for our banking services. We did not get any money deducted from our account for the services that we provided for all those things I mentioned on the previous slides. In the meantime, we received over $100,000 in banking services for a price of zero. Wells Fargo CEO and mobile banking services, they have a very strong product to help us manage accounts and users within the Wells Fargo system. It allows us to pull down reports, run activity through all of our banking accounts, powerful stop payment and transaction search. This is where we initiate our wires and our fund transfers. But the real value is we are able to manage multiple users. We have control to say you can access certain areas, you have certain controls, you can only search, you can only look, or you can actually create activity. It's a powerful way to assure security and rights are appropriate for the staff that are logging in to a city account. Other valued services, we're currently doing overnight sweeps. So we kind of know what our peg balance is to offset our earnings credit. And anything above that amount, say we have a $3 million peg, anything above that actually gets swept over to an investment, which is a treasury, an overnight treasury. And we earn a higher interest than maybe that offset would have been, but we gain money on our cash balances even better and even stronger through this process. Money market mutual fund option. We do have an option if we do have those excess cashes that we want to just put away for a little while. Because the city over time, we have high payments, we got low payments. We need to make sure we have a right balance of cash, especially summer season when construction's going on. We got to have cash available quickly. We can shift things into money market mutual, bring it back. It's a really seamless and easy way to assure you have the cash balance to make the payments without over keeping cash balances in the accounts. And there are several employee benefits that Wells Fargo offers through their contract. Maybe we need to do a better job explaining this and sharing this with our employees, but financial workshops, they're there to do webinars and help our employees. They don't have to be members of Wells Fargo, but if they need the support on the banking side and want to learn more about their financial needs, financial guides, fiscal health, we've got those programs that are free for us, employees of the city of Flagstaff. Next I'm going to talk about partnership with Wells Fargo Bank. The Wells Fargo and City banking partnership has been in place for over 35 years. It's been a valuable and a great partnership to work and grow as the city has done in the 35 years. I've been here almost 28, and we have changed a lot since those times. Our partnership is collaborative. We have meetings. We meet quarterly or annually, whatever we need to do to collaboratively think about what our services are, what we need to move to in the future, what's available. Definitely have been inclusive in that conversation. With a bank like Wells Fargo, we have a dedicated government banking team. It's just not any banker or any manager, branch man or whatever. We have a team assigned for government banking with Wells Fargo Bank. They're there to provide us an array of resources, help us with best practices, and assure we're getting the value we need for the city of Flagstaff and our banking needs. As a banking partner, Wells Fargo has come forward with innovative solutions. A lot of these things have been brought forward as Wells Fargo said, have you thought about this? Do you want to control fraud more? This is really where you get that nice open relationship to add value to our banking services. Again, bank has dedicated teams that specializes in local governments, and they provide regular feedback for the evolving needs of a bank, the size of the city needs. I want to touch base on another added value that's, it's not necessarily part of a banking service contract, but it's something Wells Fargo provided us and added as a value. One of the reasons why we want to continue our banking services with them. The ethnography study, it's not an easy word to say, it's a study about people and reactions and what we do. They came to the city of Flagstaff and approached us. Would you like to do the study to look at your cashiering activities throughout the organization of the city of Flagstaff? And we started down this process, and this was a very wide range of cashiering functions we have within the city of Flagstaff. It went from our city hall service staff, our Aquaplex, city court, police department, landfill. They went out and they did interviews. They talked about their practices. They talked about they handle cash, what they need as far as improvement in processes and so forth. And they compiled a list of best practices that we can move the needle and be better as an organization managing cash and even communicating with customers. That was even part of that study too. We completed that in April 2019, and many things have come out of that we've implemented since then. One of the advantages, some of these ideas that came up were very timely in the time of COVID. They had some talks about how you do the electronic world, and it just really positioned us ahead of time of that kind of event, which was helpful for the city of Flagstaff. And currently they're looking at our accounts payable program. Are there ways we can pay vendors more effectively, more efficiently, get invoices in, and so forth? Who knows, maybe someday we'll give you a utility refund on Zelle or some other type of fashion besides cutting a check when you close your account. So next I'm going to talk about the current banking service contract and where we're at. The city is currently on a cooperative contract with Navajo County. Navajo County did a formal procurement, an RFP for banking services, and in July 1st, 2020, they awarded the contract to Wells Fargo Bank. Wells Fargo Bank was the highest rating of the banks that did respond to an RFP. It was open for anyone to apply, receiving 271 of 300 points, a very good score. The contract term is the initial period of 3 years, which would have ended at 2023, with the extension of a 1-2-year period, which will take their contract to June 30, 2025. The city of Flagstaff, upon research and determining that we want to go in a cooperative on the same cooperative, in December 17, 2021, city staff signed the contract to be in on a cooperative with the Navajo County and Wells Fargo. Again, the initial term was to June 2023 with 2 one-year extensions that automatically extend unless there is cause to remove or change banks. Cooperatives are a very valuable tool that our city staff across our organization appreciate the use and is allowable through state statutes We don't have to formally procure every service that we provide in the city of Flagstaff. If we find somebody's done their due diligence, awarded a contract, we can use the same services, select that, and quickly get in contract. Other examples we've used before is for financial advisors or bond underwriters. Instead of us spending months and months trying to procure, we know there's valuable vendors out there that we can work with. With the Wells Fargo earnings credit offset, the city has been doing a great job. We did a great job last year managing our cash balances and getting that earnings credit offset to where 100% of the services provided were offset by credits. We did not pay a penny for services in calendar year 2022. Working with our partner Wells Fargo, we've worked on it, and we will continue to keep the cost down for the city of Flagstaff so we can provide those dollars for other services throughout the city. The initial contract term was less than $50,000, which provided staff the right to enter into a contract with Wells Fargo. This is a slide I omitted last night when I finished the presentation. I just wanted to share it with you and talk through it also. Community banking was one of those key words that was mentioned in the petition. So I want to talk about community banking and Wells Fargo in our community. There really is no clear-cut definition. You can go to different sites to get different answers, although in generally, they're smaller banks. They're smaller banks who serve specific customers in specific geographic areas. Additional things that when you look at community banks, they emphasize on personal relationships. We get that with Wells Fargo. Even though they're not local people that I'm working with, we get a personalized relationship with Wells Fargo. They generally and often have a smaller range of products. You saw the services that we need, the services that we use to be effective managing our cash on behalf of the entire city. Wells Fargo provides an array, and they continue to develop, and we continue to add more and better services. Community banks are more brick and mortar focused. They're in the community. They want you to come into their bank. Those are great, and I appreciate my credit union. I love them as a community bank, but that's not what the city of Flagstaff needs. I need the services. I need the relationship with a government banker. They do tend to have less oversight, is what you read about these community banks. And just, in recent news, last week we started hearing words about certain banks being closed. Wells Fargo is not in that list of groups that are at risk for that type of concerns that we're hearing nowadays, with a couple banks being closed over the last years. I'm not going to go into much detail about that at this time, but some of the recommended banks that I've heard from emails and community members are on that credit risk list. So I would be very nervous if I was with one of those agencies at this point. But Wells Fargo may not meet the community bank specific direction, but I think they are part of our community. They've been in our community since 1895, a long-standing place in Flagstaff. They have 24 employees that work, they live, they provide services to other customers throughout the city of Flagstaff. They provide, still provide services for commuters, consumers, small business banking, commercial banking, health and wealth and investment. There's a lot of services they provide in our local community and throughout their organization. And they're also investing in a lot of our community activities. Between 2019 and 2021, Wells Fargo contributed $1.1 million to Flagstaff nonprofits and $1.6 million countywide. Additional $1.6. It's not the same. We are county, but this was additional. So they recognize our nonprofits and they help support them locally in other charities. On here is a list of nonprofits that have had support from our bank of Wells Fargo. I'm not going to list all these here, but you recognize many of the names on this list. County-wise, in addition, $1.6 million to nonprofits, again, helping with housing affordability, financial help, and others. They are there to help communities in Coconino County. The next item that was in the petition that I'd like to address and talk about with council is climate action. That was part of the petition, as well as fossil fuels. But I thought it would be fair to share what I could go and research online. The information's out there. What I learned about Wells Fargo, their approach to climate action, and what they've done since 2005 and beyond, and they still have a focus in the future. Starting in 2005, they were the first bank of their size to provide environmental financing. This was kind of on the edge of helping sustainability communities, environmental issues, and so forth. In 2006, Renewable Energy an environmental finance group was actually formed within Wells Fargo. 2007, they were the first corporation to lead EPA's green power purchasers. 2008, they launched their first sustainability fund. They're recognized for their excellence in greenhouse gas management. They were the first ones to underwrite non-financial sector corporate green bonds, which have a sustainability and climate action focus. In 2017, they met 100% of the electric consumption that they use to provide their services, their buildings and so forth, to use renewable services to run their operations. So that was a big step that they took way back in 2017. $30 million in LEED square feet, LEED certified space. They provided $5 million to Tribal Solar Acceleration Fund. They're achieving carbon neutrality across the organization. That's something that we're focusing as an organization. They met that in 2019 through the purchase of carbon offsets. 2019, they were the first power purchase agreement with Energy for a 24 megawatt facility. And in 2020, they made the choice to prohibit future coal-fired power generating financing. That was a tough one. So they've been working on it. They're doing a lot for climate action and so forth. Here is a snippet of a report that I received online, available to see, from their task force for climate-related financial disclosures report. This is something that they've been focused on since 2019. And here are some of the goals and results that they've accomplished and provided at that time. I'm not going to read all this. Wells Fargo recognizes climate change as one of the most important and urgent environmental and social issues of their time. They've made that statement. In May of 2022, Wells Fargo released their CO2 emission to become a net zero alignment and target setting to set a net zero impact from fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions. While their goal may not be as aggressive as some would like, but they do have a net zero greenhouse gas emission goal by 2025 or 2050. It takes time, and they recognize that. They have a methodology that they went through to determine how can they get there. You can read the report, and it walks you through some of those goal settings that they've done. This is not only about their operations, but this is where we're talking about, oh, they're investing in fossil fuels. They're talking about their financial portfolio too, and how they recognize that they need to do less investment in those regions. Here's a table. They do have an interim target versus a 2050 and 2030. They have goals for gas and oil in their power sectors. Again, I'm not going to read through all this, but they are setting targets to start moving that trend in that direction in their portfolios, in their business. A 26 reduction from 2019 in their oil and gas. In their power, they're looking to do 60% reduction, really reducing their carbon emission focus. Here is a chart that came from the report that's available. Here shows their approach of what they did through their methodology and believe is achievable for them as a corporate bank and Wells Fargo. So here you can see they do plan to move the needle to get things closer. But they recognize this is a long-term thing to do. We can't just turn off the switch and change fuel sources. We will rely on fossil fuels for a while, but they understand there's a goal to get there, but it'll take some innovative work on the development of clean energies. And then here is their power sectors, electric sectors and so forth, a bit more aggressive in this sector of their portfolio. The last slide I want to present on climate action is they're a leader in sustainable funding. They know that we need to make progress in this area, and they're willing to help businesses and finance sustainable activities and research and so forth. They've committed $500 billion to sustainable financing. You can see by the table they are the third largest investor in sustainability type debt. To make progress, you need definitely the support of banks to invest and see if these things can move forward. So, when this came to council and I recognized it affects banking, it affects me, it affects my group, it affects the city of Flagstaff. I just wanted to, I thought it was fair to share my thoughts on the banking services we have in responses to this, and I'll give you my recommendation as we go through this. I think it's fair as my role within the city of Flagstaff and this team. My beliefs is that banking is an administrative function. It's a tool that we need as employees to assure we're managing our fiscal cash movement and financial transactions throughout the city. And it's a function of the city treasurer, which I take very pride in that. And I understand the responsibility. I want to protect your money and your assets. Under the charter, the city treasurer shall receive and have custody of all the monies. That's what I need banking services for, to deliver. Keep and save said monies. Dispense monies as provided by ordinances and so forth. And always bound to the Constitution and state laws. Very high responsibilities, and that's why I enjoy working with Wells Fargo Bank. The city staff, myself, we worked through the procurement process. We followed what is allowable by city staff and state statutes. While we did not formally procure this, it was formally procured through a competitive process, and Wells Fargo was selected on this, this cooperative. We, as a city, signed the agreement because it's less than $50,000 per year. It's very low cost to provide these levels of service. Banking services are very complex, and I need a bank that can deliver complex work and work with our team. We have had a great relationship with Wells Fargo. They have been in the forefront helping us advance, improve, add the services that are real value to the city of Flagstaff. And, you know, the climate action stuff, I don't normally spend much time in there, but I was pleased. I was pleased that they are having that focus, that they've done a lot in the last. It may not be to level that others may want, but it takes time. And I was impressed when I actually got there and I saw their initiatives. So I think that's a valuable thing. So in general, staff, you know, as staff, we anticipate and continue the contract with Wells Fargo for our banking needs for the next remaining periods of this cooperative. I really think this is the best decision for this organization. Instead of changing banks for something that really may not move the needle in climate action, carbon neutrality, this is more about services and the banking needs that we need as an organization to be safe. We want our money safe, we want it protected, and we want the best value for the city of Flagstaff. So that is my recommendation to City Council, and at that, I will pause or stop for questions or comments.
Thank you, Rick. And just to let everyone know, council is going to ask some questions, and then we're going to take a quick 10-minute break because we've been meeting since noon, and then we will come back and take public comment. So, Vice Mayor has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Rick. I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate your attention to this public petition that came before us. I know you put a lot of work into researching all of this. I have also been doing my research. I met with the group Fossil Free Arizona, heard them out, and I also met with our county treasurer, Sarah Benatar, to talk about this process from her perspective. They recently went through a RFP process, and I think they ended up with the same bank at the end of that process, but they did go through the process. You made a very robust defense of our contract with Wells Fargo. And there's certainly a lot of merit to the case you're making for why they're the strongest partner for us right now. But what's the harm in going out for an RFP? Why can't we look at not renewing or extending the contract through the end of the extension, allowable extension periods, and just see what happens?
Well, I think the first thing is about the current contract. I really don't think we can or should stop our current contract without some cause. There should be some cause related to not automatically extending a service under the current contract that we signed. So that's one concern. I just don't think we should be messing with the contract in place. The other thing is, yes, we can go out for RFP, but what value do we get from that process? It will be a long, arduous, complex process. It will probably take 8 to 10 months to procure a banking service contract, get it in front of council for your approval, and then the magnitude of work that occurs after that, you're looking at probably 2 to 6 months of moving systems, changing your settings, your automated interactions with an existing bank and our financial systems to a new financial system. So, you know, it is an arduous process. And I think because we have such a great partnership already, I don't think staff time devoting to that is as critical as many other needs and other work we're doing within management services. From our procurement team, you know, all the work and efforts that they have to our finance team, we're not a big amount of staff. We do a lot with little. So it would be a lot of disruption to go through that process.
Yeah, Rick, I know your staff is legitimately, authentically understaffed right now, and it's amazing you guys are able to hold that ghost ship together as well as you do. You know, how many years was it that we've been in contract with Wells Fargo?
35 or so?
35,
yep.
Somewhere around 3 decades and change. You know, I do think it's valuable just to sort of ask the question occasionally, what else is out there and what other benefits might we procure by going through the process. And I'm going to save my comments for after the break and after public comment, but I would just say I think maybe, you know, to answer the question, what's the cause? What's the need? What's triggering this look at the RFP? Well, I see this from your perspective certainly, but I can also appreciate the community's perspective. I think all the folks behind you in the room are there because they do see a cause and a need and a trigger for this. Just in terms of all sorts of things with our with the concerns they've raised and with our carbon neutrality goals. At the very least, this is certainly a very good dialogue. I'm glad we're having it. I think it's never too late or never too early to have this conversation. And it's something we should be comfortable revisiting even when it does create work for us. I think that's partially what we do as a city is we look to create opportunities to show leadership, to show innovation, and to be a beacon for others to follow. But I'll save most of my comments for later. I'm interested in hearing from the public, and I'm interested in hearing what other questions council has for you and the answers you have to provide back. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Rick, when you were going through the services, I was probably maybe the only one speaking your language. And I jotted down a few of them and just kind of answering or responding to community banking. I mean, that was my whole career, is trying to stay in regional and community banking because I don't like big corporate banks to work for. And Wells Fargo is definitely not one of my favorite, but usually we go out for contract proposal request when we're trying to identify if we're getting the best bang for our buck as far as cost and services. And that's not the case here because we're able to offset like we would be able to do with any major bank. Doing an earnings allowance is not something the smaller banks do well. Some of them try, but that is a huge benefit savings to us. So we wouldn't be looking for a cost savings. And I do recognize that when a bank has a relationship with a client and they're able to customize, if you will, services, that's a huge benefit. And I know that it is it's very laborsome to all the services from sweep accounts to, I've never heard of Smart Safe. I'll have to come down to your department to see that. That must have evolved in the last 10 years. But there's really only not even a full handful of banks that we can consider. That was a little bit reflected in the Navajo County RFP. There was only 3 that even threw their hat in the ring. So then we're just really getting down to just switching, considering switching over, which has a lot of cost associated with that time, energy, and functionality, and setting up and everything to get the same thing. Because I've done a lot of research just to get myself back up to speed on the contenders that could be out there. And they all offer the same thing. So I don't see the cost or the benefit to that at this point. I do have a lot of other comments. I've done a lot of research on some of the concerns and stuff, and I'll save those till after public comment. But I just wanted to point that out, that usually we do go after a competitive bidding process when we're trying to see the best quality service and pricing out there, which is not, doesn't really come into play. And we're also talking about this, and it's within your threshold, your procurement process that we have in our bylaws, that your department can make these contracts that are under $50,000. And so I do want to express with you standing here that I have a concern of us kind of stepping across the line. It's important to have public input and concern, and we always want to listen to those and reevaluate them when they come up. But we also want to respect that either one, that your department is the one that has to live it, and there's not an illegal issue here. There's not a question of, and we can get into that later, but there's not a breakdown of services that were provided. And so I just wanted to share that with you directly, that I recognize that, and I recognize your role in this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. You can ask questions too if you come up with them later. So thank you, Rick. And we will take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 5:32. Is my mic on? Okay, we're going to get started. Okay, so we've got another raucous crowd tonight. We're getting them every week. It's great. So I will ask so that everyone, regardless of what your opinion is, feels comfortable and safe to testify before us, if you'll refrain from any audible signs of approval or disapproval. So let's start with Kim Curtis, and I believe she has a number of people with her, and if I could get those people to make themselves known, because we have to have 10 in order for her to have 15 minutes. Okay, we're good. Come on down, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan, and City Council members. My name is Dr. Kim Curtis. I'm a founding member of Fossil Free Arizona, which brought the Stop the Money Pipeline petition before you. We have dozens and dozens of supporters here and in the chambers today, and many, many have written letters. I know you know that. After listening to the staff report, let me begin with a couple clarifying points before turning to my prepared remarks. I hope you will take this into consideration. First, our request that Council direct staff to issue a new RFP and not automatically renew the contract with Wells Fargo is consistent with the petition. Indeed, it is the only way to find out if there is a better bank or credit union. So I just wanted to clarify that. And secondly, we are aware that procurement processes, while absolutely routine in the city, take time. It would be reasonable, and we would absolutely support a 6-month renewal of the contract with Wells Fargo while a new procurement process was being completed. So please bear that in mind as you deliberate on tonight. All right, to my prepared remarks. I'm a political theorist by training, and in 1988, after hearing NASA scientist James Hansen speak about the science of global warming, my scholarly work and my teaching forever changed. I spent many years thinking about the perilous moment we are in and in the kinds of courageous actions needed. And so my thoughts today well out of those years of engagement. I want to start with a big story to put this very specific, very discrete thing we are asking you today to do, that is for a new request for proposals, in its proper context. And that story comes to us from contemporary philosophers and thinkers, and it goes like this. Those of us alive today are living in the midst of what they call the Great Turning, a time that calls us to turn away from destructive society, from a destructive society of concentrated wealth and corporate power to an earth and human-centered civilization, to turn from centering growth and extraction and profit at any cost to a civilization that is life-sustaining and enables communities to flourish. The Great Turning is an unfinished story. We know that if we do not succeed, we will destroy so much. We've already destroyed so much. Old structures must fall, and new ones must be created. Our ways of thinking and acting, too, must change. Discerning how to contribute to this turning to protect the beautiful dance of life that is creation. That is the great work of our time. And you have an opportunity with your very specific, very discrete decision today to do that great work. Most cities and counties have, without enough thought, given their money and their community's public dollars to global corporate banks like Wells Fargo. And you will hear people say, in fact, you heard your staff person just say just now that they are really very fully satisfied with the services Wells Fargo has offered. And I appreciate that perspective, and I'm going to dissent. Likewise, you will hear people say, not with the substance of what is, okay, let me not say that. Likewise, you will hear people say that a bank like Wells Fargo is a community-oriented bank because of its charitable giving to organizations in the communities where it operates. And we heard something like that tonight. When I hear this, I have to ask myself, and I hope you will ask yourselves, is Wells Fargo good to a community like ours, which is undergoing mega drought and catastrophic fires year after year? Fires that have all of us in this room trembling that our community, our neighborhood will be next? Is it good to us as it continues to accelerate its lending to the global fossil fuel industry? Not just the industry's day-to-day operations, mind you, but also its immoral expansion projects that will surely break the planet. Can we, in good faith, call this bank a good community bank? Should we? Can we be satisfied with such services? I think the answer is emphatically no. We cannot and we must not. And is a bank that has repeatedly, illegally, and criminally preyed upon its own customers, some of whom are here in this very room, is this a good community bank? The list of their outrageous behavior is very long, and it goes back decades. It includes illegally charging customers millions of dollars in fees and interests, illegally doing so, an egregious pattern of discrimination against qualified African American and Hispanic borrowers, and illegal banking practices that harmed millions of customers, including thousands who lost their vehicles and even lost their homes. Is this a good community bank? I ask again. A bank whose services we should be satisfied with? No. Again, the answer is emphatically no. We cannot and we must not. And I want to add that the idea that Navajo County did due diligence in its procurement process, this is, of course, the county who we piggybacked on in our latest procurement process to get Wells Fargo. They did not do due diligence. Had they done due diligence, we would not be having a bank with this kind of criminal and illegal record. We cannot have it. It did not do due diligence. A new RFP process can do that. We do not have to be chained to a corporate bank like this. Today, you can direct city staff, or you can decide to direct city staff to issue a request for proposals so that we can see what our options are for a servicing bank that earns that title, one that truly serves this community, its people, its water, and its living systems. Please, place your decision in this larger story of the Great Turning and let that story orient you to do what is right. Let us see our options. We deserve to know. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Very good, everyone.
We're afraid of you.
You should be. Okay, and then I have a couple of individuals, and then I'm going to call Michelle James, and I believe you also have a group of people that you're speaking for, so the longer time. And everyone understands, I think, that that's why they get longer time, because they're speaking for a group of people. So the first individual is Nora Timmerman.
Yeah, I'm not Nora Timmerman. My name is Griffin, and I'm reading on her behalf. She says, "Hello, Mayor, City Councilors, and staff. Thank you for taking the time today to discuss the question and issue of the bank with which we trust our taxpayers' dollars and city business. My name is Nora Timmerman. I have lived in Flagstaff for 10 years. I'm a parent to 2 children. I work at Northern Arizona University in the Sustainable Communities program. I'm an active citizen who has worked with many grassroots community organizations, amongst them the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff, and I am the current faculty advisor for the student club Fossil Free NAU. I'm here today with my family to ask that the City of Flagstaff does not renew its contract with Wells Fargo and instead issues a request for proposals to find a bank servicer whose track record reflects the values of our city and the citizens within it. One of the programs I coordinate at NAU is called CUPE, Community University Public Inquiry. CUPE partners with local groups to conduct research that benefits those partners and allows students to learn how to apply their academic skills to the real world. One of our groups of CUPE researchers is partnered with the Sustainability Office in the City of Flagstaff, doing research on the equity and energy components of our carbon neutrality plan. This is good work, and the carbon neutrality plan is a crucial step and component of good governmental action in response to climate change. Through partnership with city initiatives, I can see firsthand that the City of Flagstaff values an engaged citizenry who can come together to address the climate crisis. I can see that the city wants to be part of the solution and is taking concrete steps towards addressing climate change. I feel so grateful to live in a city where my council members and mayor can sense the immense climate challenges that lie ahead of us. The issue of whether to renew our banking contract with Wells Fargo is one such opportunity to take a concrete step toward addressing climate change. While the importance of energy rebate programs is undeniable, so is the importance of where we bank. As Kat Taylor and Bill McKibben reported in the LA Times article this past January, crunching numbers from a 2021 report calculating bank-financed emissions, it works out that $62,500 in one of the big American banks could produce as much carbon, about 8 tons, as all the heating, driving, flying, cooling, and cooking an average American does in 6 months. Despite the claims that you've heard about Wells Fargo's commitment to climate action, we know that Wells Fargo's lending to the fossil fuel industry actually increased in 2021 from the Banking on Climate Chaos report. This isn't the first time that we have heard calls from those on the front lines of climate justice work to stop banking with Wells Fargo. In 2017, during the Dakota Access Pipeline protests, Indigenous water protectors and allies called upon individuals, corporations, and municipalities to stop banking with Wells Fargo, a major bank who was funding the project. Many larger cities responded to this call from Indigenous water protectors at Standing Rock to stop the money pipeline to the fossil fuel industry, as we do now. There is a precedent for this move. There is a demonstrated history of making a transition smoothly and without fuss. And as a city that wants to be a leader in addressing climate change, it is incumbent upon us and upon you as council members and staff
Thank you.
to make that change.
Nina Porter.
Hi, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Mara Pfeffer, and I'm going to be reading on behalf of Nina Porter, who had to leave. But I just wanted to take a moment to take some breaths together, like at least 2. I think that it can be really easy to dissociate in these spaces from what's really being shared and from ourselves. And so I just want to offer that for a moment. Yeah, maybe I'll be present here together in this. Thank you. My name is Nina Porter. I have lived in Flagstaff for 14 years. I'm currently teaching high school at Flagstaff Arts and Leadership Academy. I teach math and I teach about leadership. You are all obviously leaders in our community, but today I want to share with you a bit about youth leadership that I get to witness in our community. I am working with young people who care so much about the environment that they spend hours every week learning about climate change and about climate justice and about how to take action. These young people recognize that the decisions being made right now in this room, in this community, and in this country around climate action and around security are such that if they don't stand up and speak up to government officials right now, they will likely not have safe and stable enough places in this country where they can grow old or where they can raise their own kids. I was at the climate action rally put on by several high school students in Flagstaff this past Friday, where I read a sign that said, "When leaders act like children, then children must become the leaders." That sign says it all. Our children deserve better leadership from the adults at this rally, in this community. Young people deserve better. They are waiting for visionary leadership, but they are not hopeful about it. They expect betrayal from elected officials on their promises to make strides on the issues that matter most to young people. This last week, the Biden administration approved the Willow oil drilling project in Alaska after promising no more drilling on federal lands. Young people deserve better. We all deserve better. So let's do better right here in our community. At every opportunity, we must think critically and act with bravery and creativity to ensure that all people, especially young people, get a chance at hope for a livable and peaceful future for all. Wells Fargo has shown over and over again that they are not interested in a livable, peaceful future for all. They might be able to afford... Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yes.
I have a question for the reader, actually, if you want to come back up. I just want to see, did Nina submit that in writing to council in an email?
I'm not sure. I don't believe so, but we can have it emailed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle James. And then if everyone who is signed on to Michelle's card could raise their hand. Yes? Okay, and all of those people are, I see most of those people. Okay.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Michelle James. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. There are many FCUBE members here and some FCUBE board members in the council chambers this afternoon. Thank you to all the members who have come, and as you know, I'm representing 10 of them. It should not surprise you that FCUBE supports the citizens' petition urging the city to not renew its contract with Wells Fargo and to instead look for other options for the city's banking needs. FCUBE would like to see a rigorous and transparent discussion by the council today about this topic. It's obvious from the presentation that we just heard from Rick that staff would like the city to continue to bank with Wells Fargo. I get that, but many of us here today are here to tell you that Wells Fargo is not a bank with which Flagstaff should be doing business. There are multiple reasons for this. I'm going to list 3 of them. Number 1, Wells Fargo is the world's top funder, one of the world's top funders of the fossil fuel industry, providing $272 billion in lending and underwriting to the fossil fuel industry between 2016 and 2021. 3rd among global banks. And their investment in this industry is increasing. Wells Fargo invests heavily in fracking and is 2nd among global banks in their money that they fund for fracking. The council is well aware of the dangers of the chemicals used in fracking and concerns with contamination of groundwater when the fracking is done. And I'm referring to the, it was like a stop order for fracking proximate to the Red Gap Ranch that council recently approved. Why should this concern Flagstaff? Because climate change is being fueled by continued investments in the fossil fuel industry at a time when climate scientists have warned the world that we must stop this expansion or the Earth's climate system will break. The International Energy Agency has clearly said financing for fossil fuel removal had to stop in 2021 in order to meet the Paris climate targets. It has not stopped. It has gone up, especially with Wells Fargo. Recently, UN Secretary Guterres said that the fossil fuel industry is immorally undermining climate action and that the product of the fossil fuel industry is the world's #1 problem and that it is directly causing ever-rising temperatures across the globe. In April 2022, Wells Fargo rejected a shareholders' resolution demanding that the bank stop increasing, not stop funding, but stop increasing the funding provided to the fossil fuel industry and instead act in accordance with the International Energy Agency's Net Zero Emissions by 2050 roadmap and the UN Environmental Program Finance Initiative recommendations to the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, that's a mouthful, for credible new zero commitments. This brings up the topic of greenwashing, which is a major concern with banks and oil companies pretending that they're making progress on climate issues when they're not. By painting the large banks green, the banking industry is trying to have it both ways, aggressively lending to fossil fuel industries while urging the world to be more sustainable and green. The continued funding of and expansion of the fossil fuel industry is the top reason our climate is changing. Banks must do more and do more than just only recognize that climate change is an issue and commit to net zero emissions by 2050. This is 30 years too late. Arguing for delays in disinvestment from fossil fuel industry is a practice that has been dubbed by some predatory climate delay. The delay of banks to disinvest from the fossil fuel industry has real and serious human consequences, and these consequences will be felt across many future generations. The city of Flagstaff should not be a participant in predatory climate delay, and the city should not believe that believe in the greenwashing in which large banks, such as Wells Fargo, participate. What humanity does at the local, state, and federal levels in response to the threat of continued and increased funding of fossil fuel extraction really does matter. It matters greatly. Number 2, the city's divestment from Wells Fargo is consistent with the goals of Flagstaff's climate neutrality plan. Page 33 of the plan states, quote, "For a city to achieve carbon neutrality, it is critical that every part of the municipal organization is involved in implementation. Leaders of the city of Flagstaff, from the city manager's office to division directors and individual supervisors, must proactively consider climate action when conducting city operations." The carbon neutrality plan goes on to say, again, quote, "The city manager's office will actively support the council's climate commitment by requiring the involvement of all city divisions in plan implementation. Opportunities to incorporate climate action into internal decision-making processes include the budget process, procurement decisions, division strategic planning, and facilities management," end quote. There are safe and credible alternatives to banking with Wells Fargo. Large banks that don't fund the fossil fuel industry do exist, as do credit unions and regional banks who invest little or no money in fossil fuels. Some communities have taken up the practice of decoupling, which allows different bank needs to be spread among several smaller banks or credit unions. This may be an option for Flagstaff. Number 3, as you know, Wells Fargo has a long list of criminal, discriminatory, and unethical banking practices that have resulted in state and federal criminal and civil investigations, litigation, and large fines for setting up bogus bank accounts, providing faulty mortgages, violating the Fair Housing Act, and discrimination in hiring black people. The list goes on and on. Just a few months ago, December of 2022, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau ordered Wells Fargo to pay $1.7 billion in penalties and $2 billion in damages for egregious banking violations in the last decade that resulted in thousands of customers losing their vehicles and their homes. This is the largest fine ever imposed by the CFPB. Wells Fargo is not the type of bank with which the city of Flagstaff should be banking. If council directs staff to engage in a new RFP at whenever time that might be, the city should include meaningful criteria that identify illegal and immoral behavior on the part of each applicant. This is a critical component of an RFP and should not be ignored. It's important that the city release a RFP to see what other banking options exist and will meet the city's needs. It may be inconvenient to switch banks. It may cost the city more money to bank with a fossil-free bank and/or credit union. But the city has an obligation to determine banking options that ensure our assets, the community's assets, are managed by a climate-responsible and ethical bank that invests in a manner that aligns with the council-adopted climate neutrality plan. It's time for Flagstaff to join other cities across the U.S. who have moved their money out of Wells Fargo and other fossil fuel funding banks. Cities much larger than Flagstaff have done this, including Los Angeles and Philadelphia. Flagstaff can be a powerful advocate in Arizona and send a clear message rejecting the harmful banking practices of these large banks and the destructive business models of the fossil fuel companies. It's imperative that the council demonstrate strong climate leadership and do this within its power, do whatever is within its power to transition the city to an ethical bank that doesn't fund harmful fossil fuel extraction and is more in line with our community's values. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Olivia Dunn and then Allison Crane.
Good afternoon, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan, City Council, and staff. I am Olivia Dunn, a junior at NAU studying environmental sustainability and community engagement. I'm here today representing a large portion of the NAU student body who have dedicated their lives to fight for the future of this planet. I'm currently serving as president of the fossil-free movement on campus, and the hard work and passion that is exhibited by my peers inspires and amazes me. But we are still so overwhelmed by the constant threats of climate change. Grieving the loss of a planet is a kind of sorrow that nobody should have to deal with. Every day, hundreds of species go extinct, natural biomes are destroyed, and human lives are put at stake when money and production are prioritized above all else. Yesterday, the massive oil drilling project in Alaska, known as the Willow Project, was approved. When my best friend and I read this news, we sobbed. We felt so helpless and disappointed with the federal government, and despite the millions of signatures and letters sent to the White House, the government still failed to listen to the people's wishes and the warnings from scientists. While the federal government is failing to participate in productive climate solutions, this does not mean that local governments have to. The global fossil-free movement has taken huge steps towards sustainability and is fighting the fossil fuel industry from the bottom up. Already $40 trillion worldwide have been divested from the fossil fuel industry. By stopping the money pipeline that is fueling the very institutions that are killing the planet, we can save the world one city at a time. As discussed, Wells Fargo is one of the top funders of the fossil fuel industry, and by using them, we are contributing to the terrors of climate change. Flagstaff has taken many steps towards a sustainable future, and the next step is to bank with an institution that supports local endeavors and uses their funds for climate or for social and environmental justice. Not only does Wells Fargo contribute to the toxic addiction that the human race has with fossil fuels, but they also have a long history of criminal banking practices in which customers are exploited and robbed. Wells Fargo has paid billions of dollars in penalties and compensation as a result of fraud, theft, misrepresentation, discrimination, and other illegal and malicious banking practices. Flagstaff deserves better than Wells Fargo. It is our duty to the living world to use a bank that does not support the very institutions that are killing it. And it's our duty to the people of Flagstaff to use a bank that keeps our money safe. This planet is the love of my life, and Wells Fargo directly contradicts that love, and it breaks my heart every day. I want to die of old age and not of climate change, and I want to be able to have children without the guilt of knowing that I'm bringing them into a world of strife and danger. Together, the community of Flagstaff can be a part of the solution and not the problem. We can fight for a clean and safe future. I trust that the City Council will consider putting in a request for a proposal to look into other banking options. I want to be able to say that my town is on the good side, and I know you will make a decision based on financial integrity and compassion for the living environment.
Thank you. Allison Crane and then Leslie Hansen.
Hi, all. That's a lot of very hard acts to follow, but I'll do my best. So, I feel as though a lot of what I believe has already been said. So with my time, I just want to briefly come up here and emphasize that fundamentally, this isn't a question of effectiveness or efficiency. If we go strictly by that, then yes, Wells Fargo is a good option. It is a question of morality and of humanity. We have a job as people on this land to do what is right to help take care of it, and this is a small part of that. It is a very small part of that, but it is an important part of that. And so I ask you all to remember your commitment to this community and to this city and to this planet when you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Leslie Hansen, and then Steve Pure.
Hi. Just wanted to start by saying thank you for putting in all this time. Thank you for putting this topic up for discussion, especially after a very, very long session just a week ago. My name is Leslie Hansen. I'm an NAU student and a Flagstaff resident for the last 3 years. I, along with many others here today, are here to ask you not to renew the city's contract with Wells Fargo. As many have so eloquently put it right before me, again, tough acts to follow. The Wells Fargo is a huge funder and contributor to the fossil fuel industry and the continuing damage to our planet. And I feel like I don't have to reiterate those great points that people have already made, but I will say, growing up in the Valley, I felt a lot of the more visible effects of climate change. Hotter summers paired with destructive wildfires that impacted our local communities. In fact, I saw 2 separate wildfires in the span of a few weeks just from my window back at home in Cave Creek. There's only so much as small cities like ours can do to stop global climate change and catastrophe, but I want us to play a part in guaranteeing these future generations a chance to enjoy Earth's wonders just like we do today. There are many other options to explore instead of Wells Fargo, one that would still benefit the community and won't actively hurt the planet and its people. I hope you'll take these points into consideration and put out a request for proposals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve, and then Nate Spangler.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Steve Poor. I live on West Savannah Way. We are ground zero of this thing called the Pipeline West floods this year. I've spent the last 6 months coming up to Council. I didn't come up here tonight to talk on this topic. I've been up here for other reasons, to get the culvert and 180 fixed. But as I mentioned to Council when I came up of this other times and pointed where money was to spend on the culvert, I have a little bit of expertise. And that expertise I felt I need to talk about tonight. I spent 15 years as a bank analyst on Wall Street. I covered the banks that are community banks to large national banks. I've covered banks at institutions where we've managed $30 billion. I was the lead analyst. We managed $60 billion. I was the lead analyst. Yes, that was Wells Fargo. I don't work for Wells Fargo. I did in 2000, 2003. I am a customer of Wells Fargo. I don't own their stock. I don't own their bonds. Now, what am I here to say? This morning, because I walked what's going on in the world, last week, you all know there is a bank failure called Silicon Valley Bank. Disintegrated in 48 hours. Nobody expected that to happen. Bank runs happen. You had banks around the country, especially banks called regional banks, Comerica and others. Today, there's 2 major rating agencies, there's 3 actually, but 2 ones, Standard & Poor's and Moody's, that everybody follows. Moody's came out this afternoon, and they changed their rating on the U.S. banking system. I had never seen this before. They may have done it in 2008. They went from stable to negative. The whole industry. Be careful for what you ask for. We could be jumping in from the frying pan into the fire. And I will tell you now, the Federal Reserve is not done. The Federal Reserve is part and parcel of raising rates that caused part of the issues with the banks that failed. But the bank had some unique relationships on Wall Street, and those are the problems that are unique to them. But as Moody's said in their announcement today, there's going to be other failures. And they're looking at 7 banks, 7 regional banks. And I'd urge you to slow down the train. Let's wait to see what happens with the Fed's done. Let's wait a year. And I urge, I'm not for or against your cause, but I would suggest you bring a bank forward that's amenable to your cause and have them entertain it and take a look at it when the council has time to. But I don't think we're done for over a year. The Federal Reserve and the market is not expecting them to start lowering rates till 2028. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Spangler, and then it starts with a Y.
Hi, I'm Nate Spangler. I've spoken in front of City Council twice before, in front of this exact council once before. I'm a FALA sophomore. I'm a member of my school's environmental coalition and the Flagstaff Youth Climate Alliance. I was at the strike last Friday. I guess we'll begin. According to a climate profile featured on the City of Flagstaff's website, Flagstaff's temperatures could rise by 10 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the century if we continue to emit greenhouse gas at the current rate. Although the report indicates no changes in precipitation, it does predict that rising temperatures will increase evaporation, which obviously does not help the current mega-drought we're in. As forests then become drier, the risk of forest fire increases, which is obviously a problem in and of itself, but then that increases the risk of flooding as a result of the burn scars. Warm climate and drought also trigger bark beetle infestation and pose a significant risk to our water supply. And most of Flagstaff's residents don't have air conditioning to deal with the 80 days above 90 degrees Fahrenheit we're expected to have each year by 2100. Again, that's with the business as usual model. Climate change, that's all just to say, climate change will directly impact Flagstaff's economy, our public assets that you're responsible for, our safety, and most importantly, our residents. It's a little ironic, then, that we bank with Wells Fargo. Setting aside any statements or goals, we can look at the numbers to see that from 2016 to 2021, Wells Fargo put over $271 billion into financing the fossil fuel industry, and their investments in the fossil fuel industry increased by about 80% from 2020 to 2021. That makes them currently the 3rd largest funder of fossil fuels in the banking industry. The services they provide might be cheap and easy, but I encourage you to compare the price of their services to the billions of dollars that climate change will cost the city and its residents if we don't cut emissions. And you were all at Monday's presentation from county staff and engineers. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Combined with Wells Fargo's lengthy history of illegal, discriminatory, and unethical behavior, it should be a pretty simple decision to put out a request for proposals and stop working with Wells Fargo. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to pronounce your name for me when you come down, and then Joe Bader is next.
Hello, my name is Anar Haliberta. I am 15 years old and have lived in Flagstaff all of my life. In the summer of 2021, my neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods experienced substantial flooding and caused property damage to many homes. This was due in large part to the museum fire that had struck the forest above in 2019, and the extreme amount of rain that we had got that summer. This is just one way that I have experienced the effects of climate change, which is not a problem of the future, but a problem of now. Wells Fargo continues to be one of the top funders of the fossil fuel industry, despite the industry's large impact on the climate crisis. Before writing this, a partial list of Wells Fargo's misconducts since 2016 was shared with me. It consisted of no less than 17 misconducts in the last 7 years. Given as this was a partial list, we can assume that there have been more and will most likely continue to be more. This list included fraud, customer abuse, discrimination, and overall unethical banking practices. The people of Flagstaff deserve better. We don't want our tax dollars to support such irresponsible and unethical banking. So I ask you, the City Council, not to take the easy way out and renew our contract with Wells Fargo, but instead to put out a request for proposals so that we can divert our city's money away from a company that funds the climate crisis and treats its customers, employees, and others so poorly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So Joe and then Eric Souders.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is still Joe Bader, and I still reside in Flagstaff. And I'm here tonight to request you put out an RFP to see if there is a better bank than Wells Fargo interested in becoming the city's servicing bank. Wells Fargo is not only one of the dirtiest banks in terms of its massive investments in fossil fuels, but it is one of the most dishonorable and discredited banks in terms of its treatment of its customers. First, in terms of its relationship to the fossil fuel industry, it's one of the top 4 financiers of that dirty industry. In 2021, it spent $46 billion on fossil fuel financing, which is $20 billion more than in 2020. And it made me wonder, are they doubling down on fossil fuel investments? It's the world's top banker of fracking projects, and it lent $500 million to fund the Dakota Access Pipeline. Virtually everyone knows now what climate scientists have been saying for the last 35 years. We need to stop investing in fossil fuels and switch to renewable resources and a green economy now. Not in 2050, as Wells Fargo is saying, but now. Second, the presentation you received today failed to include any information about Wells Fargo's well-documented illegal and immoral behavior over the last 20 years. That's right, 20 years. The list of its infractions would take a long time to read, so I'll highlight only 2 here. One, in February 2020, Wells Fargo paid $3 billion to resolve criminal and civil investigations into sales practices involving the opening of millions of unauthorized customer accounts, admitting that it collected millions of dollars in fees and interest to which the company was not entitled, harmed customers' credit ratings, and unlawfully misused customers' sensitive personal information. As you all recall, the Navajo Nation sued Wells Fargo for predatory practices on this same issue and received a settlement of $6.5 million. No amount of pro forma land acknowledgement can make up for these crimes. 2, in August 2020, Wells Fargo entered into a conciliation agreement in which the bank agreed to pay $7.8 million in back wages and interest to resolve allegations of hiring discrimination against 34,193 African American applicants for banking, customer sales, and service, and administrative support positions at U.S. locations nationwide, as well as 300 female applicants for administrative support positions. To quote our president, "Come on, man." No laughing or comments during a presentation. Since the Wells Fargo contract expires in June, it would seem a reasonable path forward for the council to direct staff to enter into a short-term renewal that would allow for a procurement process. Then you can evaluate your next steps after you see the results. And please look at your options for another servicing bank. The bank you select reflects the values of our council. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Souders and then Peter Frederici.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thanks. So I want to talk about fiduciary responsibility. I'm a financial advisor here in town for 25 years. I am held to the same fiduciary responsibility as Wells Fargo, under the same SEC, and the same fiduciary responsibility as Rick here, as your treasurer, and as his boss, as you. You have a fiduciary responsibility in all of this. Let's just review what that is. It's doing what is in the best interest for the client or the beneficiary of that money, right? How do you do that? You manage your risk. And you try to seek as much return as possible for as little risk for as little risk as possible, right? There it is. So let's talk about managing risk. So you've heard a few of the things that's going on with Wells Fargo. $25 billion in fines and settlements over 20 years. That's over $1 billion a year, which compared to its revenue is less than 1%. For most of us, that's a parking ticket. How many of you all risk parking tickets downtown? We all do it, you know. So where's the incentive to change the behavior? So of those millions of accounts that were set up, it takes a signature. I forge a signature, I go to jail. Nobody went to jail. Wells Fargo does not go to jail. 5,000 people got fired, but 5,000 rogue employees? No, that's incentive directed from the top. So this company has a governance problem that is not going away. So my point is, manage your risk. Take your fiduciary responsibility seriously. Give Rick the direction to look for a company that is not going to risk your or the taxpayers' money in this city. And by the way, the rule is, in this liquidity crisis that we're having, the rule is, since 2019, to have 100% liquidity available. According to Morningstar, Wells Fargo has 27% available in liquid assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Frederici and then Dave Fronsky.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Peter Frederici. I live in West Flagstaff. I'm a writer and educator who has spent the last few years researching a book on how we talk about climate change. And based on my all too much immersion in this topic, I strongly urge you to not take a business as usual approach to this issue. One of the most striking trends about climate change is the disproportionate effect it already has on the people who are younger than me, or anyone sitting on the council, or people in senior staff positions. And you don't need me to tell you this. Young people today are well aware of the threat climate change poses to their future. They learn about it in school, from friends, on social media. They can't avoid it. Here in Flagstaff, they've already seen it themselves in the form of fires and floods. And this knowledge, unfortunately, has a cost. In a major international survey in 2021, almost half of young people surveyed reported that climate anxiety was affecting their daily functioning. Some of that anxiety is caused by the physical threats of climate change itself, wherever those students live. But a lot of it stems from something that's really worse, and namely that is the awful knowledge that all too many representatives of older generations have looked at the problem and decided that acting on it is too expensive or too complicated. It's caused by the weight of knowing that even when decision makers talk about emergencies, they often act as if nothing is out of the ordinary. The price of living in a chronic emergency in which nothing is done is an epidemic all too well documented of anxiety, depression, and despair. Now, we all know the Flagstaff City Council doesn't have the power to reverse climate change or climate anxiety by itself, but it can serve as a model of good governance. It can show that it means what it says when it declares that our city is facing a climate emergency. And that includes requiring high standards of the businesses that have the privilege of working for us all as taxpayers, and the businesses that have the benefit of profiting from those relationships. So I urge you as council members to view your decision here this evening as a signal, as a small story. It's a signal that the city expects the vendors or contractors it chooses to do business with to at least not be making the problem worse, as Wells Fargo is, as you've heard. And maybe more important, it's a signal to the Flagstaff residents who have the greatest amount of time ahead of them on our climate change planet that local government is taking their future seriously. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Dave Fronsky and then Martha Johnson.
Honorable members of the City Council, Mayor and Vice Mayor, staff and community. My name is Dave Fronsky. I'm a member of Fossil Free Arizona and Just Faith, an ecumenical organization for social justice and climate justice. Some of our members of Just Faith are here in support tonight. My faith has been a lifelong guiding light, and it has brought me to the climate justice work I do today. And I think one thing that hasn't been covered is, well, it has in many ways, the moral imperative involved here. I come before you to urge you to direct staff to issue a request for proposals for the city's servicing bank. I ask this for two reasons. These have been stated before, but I think they need underlining. First, the city's current financial involvement is with Wells Fargo. You have received documentation of the bank's 20-year-long violations of the law, causing thousands of customers to lose their homes, their cars, and their finances needlessly. To bank with such a criminal institution is to be compliant in their crimes. I don't want my tax money to support such criminal activity. The city can do better. Secondly, and of equal importance, Wells Fargo is one of the top 4 global banks financing the fossil fuel industry despite its environmental claims. Bill McKibben, an author who has committed his life and career to addressing climate change and is considered a foremost authority on the subject, has claimed that the climate change crisis is caused primarily by the burning of fossil fuels with the consequent emission of carbon dioxide. This is causing a warming of the planet to dangerously record highs, resulting in an increase of floods, wildfires, drought and famine, and increased severity of storms, to name but a few consequences. People of faith around the world are especially concerned about the impact of climate change on the poor of the world, who bear the biggest brunt of these consequences. Pope Francis wrote an encyclical in 2015 called On Care for Our Common Home and called Laudato Si. It has given rise to an international Laudato Si movement with thousands from all over the world working to address the climate change crisis. Pope Francis has urged all dioceses across the world and all individuals to divest their finances from fossil fuel producers and financial institutions like Wells Fargo that support the fossil fuel industry. I have 11 nieces and nephews and 12 great-nieces and great-nephews. I owe it to them and to their future to address climate change. Removing business and support from Wells Fargo by our city is one of the most effective responses of which I am aware, and something which we can do locally. Please, for the sake of our city, our world, and our children, direct staff to start a new RFP for our city. But I believe there is a moral imperative to do so, especially for the poor of the world. Doing the right thing takes courage. I'm hoping that you will be courageous in your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Johnson and then Paul Byer.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, and staff. My name is Marty Johnson, and I've lived in Flagstaff for over 15 years. What brought me out to Flagstaff, I became an AmeriCorps volunteer working in conservation throughout the Southwest, and then later as a wildland firefighter. In fact, I worked on the Schultz Fire for the first 48 hours, so I've seen firsthand how climate change is affecting our community. As a voter and mother of 2 small children who's deeply worried about the climate crisis, I'm glad that the city recognizes that climate change is real and has adopted a climate action and adaptation plan and subsequent carbon neutrality plan. Fortunately, the latter plan specifically states on page 38 that the city manager's office will actively support the council's climate commitment by requiring the involvement of all city divisions in plan implementation. This includes the budget process, purchasing decisions, facility management, and more. I ask the Flagstaff City Council to demonstrate its commitment to implementing these plans by not renewing the city's servicing bank contract with Wells Fargo that expires in June. As an alternative, the city should put out a request for proposals for a servicing bank so it can at least find out what other banks are interested in the contract. Wells Fargo, as you've heard, is not only one of the top funders of the fossil fuel industry, but it also has a long and well-documented history of criminal and unethical behavior, which includes exploiting its customers and has paid tens of billions of dollars in penalties in the last 10 years. I hope that the city will, at minimum, explore its options before agreeing to continue to keep the public's money in Wells Fargo, a bank that has demonstrated that its values are not consistent with the city's climate commitment and has dismissed the values of truthfulness, honor, and integrity in its approach to doing business for way too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Byer and then Mark Alexander.
Thank you. I've been Paul Byer. I've been a citizen of Flagstaff since 1992, most of that time as a Regents professor at Northern Arizona University. When I've been all in favor of trying to undo climate change for decades now, but when I first heard about this divestment movement about 2 years ago, well, I'm a scientist, I'm skeptical. I thought, how can divesting from a bank, one small city, possibly change the fossil fuel industry? Well, let me tell you a story. About 40 years ago, some college students started to demand that their universities divest holdings in firms that did business in the Republic of South Africa until that government abolished its system of apartheid. Apartheid was a political system of racial segregation that used violence to uphold political and economic control by the white minority, outlawed the black-led National African Congress, and kept black leader Nelson Mandela in prison for 27 years. In the first few years of the divestment movement, just a few universities did divest, but it reached a critical mass, spring of 1985, when 10,000 students held demonstrations for 2 weeks, nonstop, around the clock in Sproul Plaza at University of California, Berkeley. After those 2 weeks of protests, the university did divest the $1.7 billion it had in firms that did business in the Republic of South Africa. It triggered an avalanche of divestment that brought that government to its knees. It released Nelson Mandela in 1990, and that year, they allowed him also to run in their first free and fair election they've ever held in that nation's history. 3 years before that election, right after he was released, he came to the United States to thank us for our helping get him released. He didn't stop in Washington, D.C. He went to Berkeley. He said, thank you. The divestment movement you started is what changed the Republic of South Africa. That divestment movement changed the world for good. I was actually one of those 10,000 demonstrators on Sproul Plaza in spring of 1985, and I feel great that my little work helped that university change and helped change the world for the better. So today, I'm one of the citizens asking you to have our city change its bank account. I'm going to change mine as well. City of Flagstaff, you're a small player. I'm even a smaller player. But if we all get together and do our part, we can make this world better. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Alexander, and then Stephen Summer.
Mayor, City Council, thanks for your time. I've been in Flagstaff since 1984 and been very active in the community. A lot's been said tonight. There's a lot of evidence on what has been spoken. But to keep it brief, it is clear that Wells Fargo is not only immoral, unethical, and has committed many illegal acts and paid billions of dollars in fines. Secondly, they are a threat to our community, not only by violating our values, but also on issues of climate change. They threaten us by financing fossil fuel, fracking, and other things, which threatens us as individuals and also as a community. So please, folks, let's go out and request proposals from other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Stephen Summer, and then Deborah Block.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and citizens of Flagstaff. Thank you all for hearing me. My name is Stephen Sommer, and I've lived in Flagstaff for 20 years. I'm a recently retired professor from NAU, so I follow the science of climate change. And when people talk about the global climate crisis being an emergency, that is very real. So I want to thank you all very much for declaring a climate emergency for the city of Flagstaff a few years ago. and the time to act on that is now. If you look at the most recent IPCC report, that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, and extend their numbers. Back when we were doing our Flagstaff Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and the Carbon Mitigation Plan, the projections were for the Earth to reach 1.5 degrees centigrade warming in about 2040. The most recent IPCC report has numbers that show that we were more likely to reach 1.5 degrees centigrade warming in the year 2028. So it is an emergency, and we see the headlines, we see what's going on globally, we see what's happening to our own community, as you've heard from many this evening. We just need to divest completely from Wells Fargo now. It's too late. We need to have a request for proposals. And I know it's much easier, and there are many reasons for our treasurer, Rick, to list the many benefits of staying with Wells Fargo. And he listed a long, 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 long list of services provided by Wells Fargo. But really, these are all very standard banking practices. I think we can find an alternative bank to provide all of those services and also not be such a dirty bank in terms of their impact on the planet and on their clients and on all of us. Sorry, my voice is going so quickly. So it's not that we can't find clean banks. Many of the large banks are dirty, but as was also pointed out earlier, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Berkeley, and many other cities have divested from dirty banks, so it's possible. And I'm not going to tell you which ones are the best because I'm not a banker, but I certainly think that our treasurer should be looking into which the best banks are, and the RFP process will help us do that. Thank you.
Deborah Block, and then Sandra Lubarski.
Evening, Mayor and Council. As stated in the contract between the city and Wells Fargo, fees and taxes for banking services are not to exceed $40,000. So while there is no requirement for bringing a contract below $50K before council, there is also no prohibition from doing so. In placing this contract before council, the city manager is acting in good faith by allowing our current council body to consider the merits of the city's banking services contract with Wells Fargo, which will expire on June 30th. I applaud him. Yet, in the staff report for this agenda item, there is a statement under the desired outcome section that I find puzzling. To quote, allow staff to continue to manage our banking services under the procurement requirements in order to remain compliant with the procurement code as adopted by City Council. I am uncertain how to interpret this. Does this imply that an RFP to solicit proposals for banking services would put the city in non-compliance with the procurement code? I fail to understand how considering other options would put the city out of compliance, as an RFP is in direct compliance with the procurement code. As a resident of 30 years, I sincerely believe that choosing not to bank with Wells Fargo, whose investments cause climate destruction, is in the best interest of the city, especially in light of the city's carbon neutrality plan. I did notice that there are 5 attachments for this agenda item that are pure Wells Fargo PR propaganda. There are lots of pretty words that Wells Fargo has offered regarding their commitment to the International Energy Agency's net zero emissions by 2050 roadmap, but their record refutes that. Their words are greenwashing in action. I won't repeat the wretched history of Wells Fargo as illustrated tonight, or the severity of our climate crisis, But I do urge you to please explore other options to honor our city's commitment to carbon neutrality by putting out an RFP for banking services. In our council manager form of government, it is still the council that makes policy. You can enter into a short-term renewal that will allow for a procurement process. I would also like to tell you that I have a 21-year-old son who does not expect to live to old age because of climate change. As a mother, that is excruciating, but it is even more so for him. Please act for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Lubarsky, and then Reverend Diamond Pate.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. You probably remember this. Apollo 13 astronaut Jack Swigert speaking his now famous words to Mission Control, "Houston, we have a problem." He was referring to a problem that neither the crew nor Mission Control had anticipated. 50 years later, here on Spaceship Earth, we have a problem. But our problem is not unexpected, and its cause is not unknown. We have an out-of-control fossil fuel industry that refuses to curb its appetite for carbon. The industry knew about the dangers of its product 50 years ago. What did they do with this knowledge? They developed a propaganda machine to refute what scientists were saying. In order to continue to make enormous profits, they willfully worked to confuse the American public. And the major banks, Wells Fargo among the top 4, provided the loans for them to do so. In the years since the 2016 Paris Climate Agreement, they have given more than $3 trillion in loans to the fossil fuel industry. The banks are failing. They are failing us, regardless of their fraud filters and their bank distribution tools and their electric lock boxes or what have you. In the words of Bill McKibben, they are financing quite effectively, quite efficiently, the single most dangerous experiment in the history of our species. It turned out that the cause of the Apollo 13 explosion was a tank that led to dangerous levels of carbon dioxide in the spaceship. If you saw the movie, you know that in order to decarbonize the air, the astronauts and engineers had to figure out how to fit square-shaped canisters into the round opening of the lifeboat module where the astronauts had decamped. Our task is a lot easier than that. We have to stop encouraging and supporting the fossil fuel industry now, not 30 years from now. And we have to stop the systems that are creating our climate emergency. They are the pegs that do not fit in a world that is healthy, safe, and secure. The fossil fuel industry depends on the banks. The banks depend on our investments in them. We have a choice about where we invest our money. We tax ourselves in order to sustain our beautiful city and in order to ensure a solid foundation for future generations. We need to make sure that our investments really do work on our behalf. It matters where we bank. I ask you to make the decision to move our money out of Wells Fargo and issue an RFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Diamond Pate, and then Susan Shapiro.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council and staff. My name is Reverend Diamond Pate, and I am the pastor of Federated Community Church just down the road. And I am joined by members of the Northern Arizona Interfaith Council. Some of the leaders are here with me today. Northern Arizona Interfaith Council works to build leadership for civic or participation across lines of race, class, age, and religion, and organizes for issues that advance the common good. We are a coalition of congregations and organizations across Northern Arizona. Our faith traditions and teachings all agree that all persons have the right to find in their communities the economic, political, and religious and social opportunities to live in their communities and provide for their families and achieve a full life. Unfortunately, the impacts of climate change fall most severely on those least able to protect their families and communities from those effects. Stories about the disproportionate impact of increasingly dangerous wildfires, flooding, historic snowfall, rising water, and utility bills are regularly shared among NAIC leaders. And NAIC is committed to continue to organize across northern Arizona and to pursue local action to address climate action concerns. With all of that in mind, we have heard plenty about why the banking practices with Wells Fargo is problematic. We as NAIC want to understand and ask you to reflect about what your standards of doing business look like and how those standards reflect your moral compass of your constituents, and how remaining in an unchecked relationship with Wells Fargo may affect our ability to mitigate a climate emergency. We urge you to consider Wells Fargo's long history of fraudulent banking practices that has disproportionately affected low-income communities and people of color. This does not reflect the values of the city of Flagstaff. We must do better. I stand before you today because my faith asks us to seriously take God's call to love our neighbor, to have the compassion for all of creation, and ensure a healthy planet for our children. And that's what divestment is about. This presentation that we had about the services from Wells Fargo was impressive. And it's easier to not change, but we have to think about our future, about our children and our grandchildren. I understand we have to protect our money, but we have to protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Shapiro and then Adam Shimoni.
Mayor and City Council, hello. I want to just ask you to question Wells Fargo's credibility when they say on their website that they're going to reform. Most of the examples I have relate to their history of racism, but if you research more, I'm sure it goes into all other areas. Not only do they have a long history of racist, unethical, and illegal practices, they've also not kept their promises to reform or have shown that their settlements meant nothing to them. In 2001, they paid a $175 million settlement after engaging in discriminatory lending practices against Black and brown communities. That same year, they became the second largest investor in GEO Group, which is a private prison, and a year later became a major lender to what's now Core Civic, another private prison group. So they perpetuate the modern-day enslavement of Black Americans in the industrial prison complex. They succumbed to public pressure after that and said that they were going to retreat from those agreements with GEO and Core Civic, but as of 2021, they still own 100,000 shares in these companies. In March of 2022, the government of New York City decided to divest from opening any new accounts with Wells Fargo because of continuing discrimination against Black homeowners. In 2020, the CEO of Wells Fargo issued 5 commitments to diversity, but the fact that they are still facing discrimination lawsuits after that in 21 and 22 shows that they're just trying to save face. They said that the scarcity of Black employees is due to a limited pool of Black talent to recruit from, which I find hard to believe. In 2021, Wells Fargo asked their shareholders to vote no on racial equity resolutions because they're already doing enough. So I would ask the City Council to enter a short-term renewal to give the city time to do a procurement process. This seems like a very reasonable request. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Adam Shimoni, and then we will go to online comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City staff, and community. Appreciate you taking the time to listen to all of us and hear us out, and I appreciate the community for coming out. I want to appreciate staff and Rick for presenting and presenting on the information. It was a really good presentation, and it gave me hope in Wells Fargo, but hope that I don't really have too much of like a deep-seated belief in what they're saying to us. Council, we have an opportunity here in the city of Flagstaff to be good stewards of our taxpayer dollars. Our budget is about $500 million, and if you don't believe that that has an impact, it definitely does. An article was recently shared with me that states from back in 2019 that Wells Fargo was to pay the Navajo Nation $6.5 million to settle a lawsuit over predatory and unlawful practices on the Navajo Nation. So these issues are real. They're real to Arizona, they're real to northern Arizona, and I think Flagstaff has a role in impacting change. The county has shifted banks and has done so smoothly. Now they did shift from Wells Fargo to Chase, which I don't necessarily love either, but they were able to shift smoothly, and my understanding is somewhat effortlessly. Mountain Line recently shifted banks from Wells Fargo to the Alliance Bank, and I was part of that board that did that, so I'm very pleased with that. And some other communities and towns that you might want to consider as two other towns that have shifted from Wells Fargo are Berkeley, Philadelphia, Santa Monica, Alameda, Davis, LA, Missoula, Seattle, New York City, and hopefully Flagstaff will join that list and the others soon. I think we can do better, and we should. It's time that we put our money where our mouth's at, and step up to the plate when it comes to dealing with climate. I support the citizens' request for an RFP, and why not see what's available? You know, it doesn't hurt us to do so, and it'll buy us some time to let the whole banking fiasco that's happening right now settle a bit. You know, an RFP can take half a year, so it's a process. So I think that starting now could make sense with your support. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, Adam. Online comments?
Mayor and Council, we have Travis Smith. Travis, if you'd like to go ahead and offer your comments now, you can.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'd like to know who really runs this town. Is it Friends of Flagstaff Future? Is it the CNP? Just because an outspoken minority speaks for an idea does not mean the City Council should vote for that idea. This is apparent with the recent abortion proclamation the city passed. Are you going to make the same unilateral decision when the city finances are at stake? It's important to realize that all the big banks belong to something called the banking cartel. If you want proof of this, go read The Creature from Jekyll Island. The same robber barons of 100 years ago are the same families running the show today. Joseph Goebbels said, make the lie big enough and then repeat it often enough and the people will believe it. It seems that many people have forgotten that modern propaganda was invented over 100 years ago by Edward Bernays. We all know the big banks have issues. Most of us with common sense know that nothing was done to fix these same banking practices that caused the 2008 crash. The same banking dynasties are also poised to reap huge financial benefit from ESG investing, carbon credits, and similar Ponzi schemes. It seems to many people in this community that this council is being driven by outside influences, fear propaganda, and unseen forces. Are any of these people experts in their fields? How often are the experts wrong? How many times has this resulted in loss of life and costly expenses? I can tell you that I do have a technical and scientific degree, and I can see many flaws in the climate change logic. First and foremost, these environmental policies will directly result in higher energy prices. Higher energy prices will result in scarcity and driving up the cost of everything. Are you all ready to give up many of your modern conveniences and luxuries? Lastly, why do we only hear about normal, everyday people needing to make lifestyle changes? Why doesn't the CEO of Wells Fargo make these changes? Will the global elite stop heating their 5 mansions and flying their private jets? I'm amazed that many people here have just figured out that the big banks have a criminal history. That's awesome. I think you should keep going a little deeper. What has been done about it? That's the important question. Both Democrat and Republican administrations have looked the other way. Climate change is real. It has always been happening and will continue to happen. Yet why do many people believe that these same politicians and corporations who polluted the environment, destroy communities, bankrupted individuals and economies, etc., have our best interests in mind? Newsflash, and this is not fake news, they don't. Why should the city jump from the fire into the frying pan? Why should the city change something as important as our city finances based on a perceived notion that fossil fuels are bad? What could be the consequences of an unfounded, untested, and rushed decision? Priorities matter, and this council has lately shown that the priorities of a fringe group matter more than the proper functioning of a city. Fires, floods, and traffic are what this city should focus on.
Thank you.
Not climate change.
Do we have any other online commenters?
Mayor, that was our only online commenter.
All right. So we have Councilmember Matthews would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We heard a lot of stories, and I love the community engagement. I hear that during COVID, people had stopped coming for obvious reasons and stuff. So it is important because we are representatives of our community, and it's important to hear from them. So I think all of you, some of them, some people out there, it seems like we're getting familiar faces, so I'm going to have to start remembering your name. But you know, this is another one of those problematic issues. Two of the speakers mentioned the willow drilling in Alaska, which was surprisingly passed by the Biden administration. And I believe I watched the president make a statement that he made this tough choice, as progressive as our current administration is, because he recognizes that we're a few decades off from energy independence, away from fossil fuel, and we can't move faster than technology as much as we'd like to. Flagstaff has adopted a very aggressive carbon neutrality plan. We are doing a lot to move forward. There were several comments that I noted where there was quotations read out of the carbon neutrality plan that kind of contradicts our city charter. The city charter is passed by the voters, and in 2019, when we were in serious lockdown, our city council at the time passed this $200 million now, I think most latest predictions is $900 million carbon neutrality plan without citizen votes, and maybe that's another conversation that we should bring this to make sure that that is representing the community as a whole. I also just wanted to clarify something. We're not Rick's boss. We have a manager council structure that's in our charter, again, that's passed by the voters. And it's very dangerous to start getting in the weeds and start trying to run our city government and overstepping what our authorities are and responsibility. I also wanted to make a couple of mentions. I'm sure most of you, maybe not, did some research on ethical violations, which wasn't really part of the initial petition, but I'm not going to name banks, but I'm going to tell you that there was a bank outside of Wells Fargo that was fined $11.8 billion for foreclosure abuse. The BBC reported that another bank besides Wells Fargo was fined $335 million in discrimination against blacks and Hispanics, charging them higher rates and fees. There's another bank out there that's implicated in a lawsuit charged with being the major financer of Jeffrey Epstein's shenanigans that we all know about. And so the list really goes on and on. It's unfortunate that that can happen. I can tell you I have a career of over 35 years in banking. I don't love Wells Fargo, but I recognize that there are just some things that smaller community banks cannot do. I've been on task force where we've had to go in and take over a failed bank to try to protect depositors' assets, because FDIC insurance does not cover a lot of people that have, doesn't cover anything that's over the insured amount. And back in the day, that insurance amount was only $100,000. And so it was real risky. So to be fiducially responsible is we have to go with a major bank, whether they have these ugly warts on them or not. They all do. The only ones that can actually step up and participate in an RFP, they have their list of sins. You can look them up easily. I don't have to tell you what they are. So getting back to my comment that I made to Rick earlier, an RFP, usually you go out to see if you can get better service, better pricing, better structure, and they're not. The banks that can provide the services that we require as a large city, there's only 3 if we're going to keep it in the state of Arizona. Well, I guess 4. A U.S. Bank is down in the valley, and I guess we could call them up to participate. But we're not going to get away with the ethical issues that were cited, because they all have a history of huge amounts of fines throughout history. So when we talk about doing our fair share for climate change and climate action, we are doing a lot. And we are very aggressive in moving forward, sometimes faster than I think we can keep up with. And I'm proud of that for our city. Will us changing banks, and I don't know if legally we could even put in an RFP, we only want to consider your proposal, but we want to discriminate against any actions if you're providing services for these activities that we don't like. They're not illegal. We just don't like that you finance the oil industry. Until our U.S. government decides that that's illegal, there's nothing illegal or immoral about Wells Fargo or any other bank providing services for this industry that some people are opposed of. And when the Biden administration just opened up a new contract, clearly that issue is not going to go away anytime soon. It's unfortunate, but we can do our little part. We're not going to move the needle on climate action or the climate crisis, what we do up here in Flagstaff. We can just be an example of being good stewards of Mother Nature. And I think that it gets really sticky when we start trying to overstep our bounds and start telling our manager that we want Rick to do this and we want this other department to do that. Sometimes it's important to voice our opinion, but when we start getting into the management of the city, we could have a real mess on our hands. So I'm going to, as you can probably guess, I'm going to suggest that we not go further in this and require staff to do a lot of work for no outcome that can change where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Comments, questions? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard some very moving testimony tonight from Mr. Barrett's, from our city treasurer and from the public, and on both sides. And I don't know that I'm ready to decide. I want to hear what the other councilor members have to say on this, but I did want to make kind of a preliminary comment that there is definitely a clear need to phase out fossil fuels. And I hope that these discussions, the kind of discussions we're having here tonight, will go to Congress and to our legislature. As far as what to do tonight, I'm going to have to think about it a little longer. I'm kind of, both sides made a really good, strong case, so I'm going to hold on for a minute on that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to start by just saying thank you to everyone that came out and spoke this evening, and particularly just, sharing your experiences and shedding a light on this entire situation for us. I include in that gratitude to Mr. Tatter for the extensive work that you clearly put into the research that you did and the thoughtful engagement on this topic as a whole. This is a very challenging conversation, and I guess the main question that comes up for me in this is what are our options in terms of seeking a request for a proposal as we are approaching that deadline for renewal or non-renewal. And it's been mentioned that to not extend would require cause. So I'd just like some clarification on that as well.
So I guess from a technical standpoint, we are in a contract with Wells Fargo for the term of what we signed on for. It includes that initial term plus the two extensions that are in that agreement that we have to go on business. And that aligns with the procurement and the contract signed with Navajo County. We should fulfill our obligation for the contract and continue the service, in my perspective. And I really think it really has to be a purposeful cause for us to break the contract and move on, from my perspective. And nothing to add.
Councilmember Harris.
All right, so yeah. Thank you all again for coming out and spending another Tuesday night with us. And your faces are becoming very familiar to all of us. And so I do appreciate everyone coming out. I can remember sitting in those seats many a night, listening to council and the discussion for whatever they were talking about at that time. It's always important for people to voice their opinion and to want to make their community better. I think that's why all of us are sitting up here tonight, because we want to make our community better. We're doing the very best that we can with the information that we have. So I'm just gonna kind of veer off just a little bit, and please do not hear me lecturing anyone. But sometimes I think that it's important to think about what you're saying before you say it. It's important to not make comments that may be viewed in a different way than what you meant them. And that's off the topic, but I think some of you know what I'm talking about. If you want to know more, I'll be more than happy to sit down with you, but I'm not going to do it from the dais because I don't think it's appropriate. But in terms of the subject at hand, I don't know about all of the issues with banking and I know a lot about what the Wells Fargo has done. I read the newspaper, or I watch television news. It pops up on my email, in my email all the time, and so I'm reading stuff every day. But I don't know of one institution that I'm aware of, and granted, I haven't done the research that some of you all have done, I'm not aware of one institution that has not had some of the same practices. I'm not aware of not one. And that's kind of sad. A lot of them have always taken advantages of people of color. That's not going to stop. They're probably going to keep doing that. So I think that when we start talking about issues like this, we really do have to be kind of careful in how we have those conversations. Not saying that we shouldn't, but I'm just saying that we might want to be careful about that. So I am going to step up to the plate, and I am going to say that I'm going to be in support of us staying right where we are in terms of our financial banking practices, or who we are banking with right now. And that is not to say that I don't care about fossil fuels, that I don't care about climate change, because we do. We're doing the best that we can with the information that we have. And we're going to continue to fight for Flagstaff, because that's why I'm here. I'm fighting for Flagstaff. And I appreciate all of the young people that are here. I've worked 40 years in higher ed before I retired. And I spent all of that time trying to do the best that I can to make this place and this world a little bit better for you and to support you. So it's not that I don't care about you. It's not that I don't care about the world that I'm going to leave here for you, because I do. But I think that we all need to work towards some kind of a resolution of this. And so for those folks out there who are good at researching and can dig into the weeds, if you can find a bank that we ought to be looking at, then tell us that. Don't just come and stand at the mic and just, berate us for what we're not doing. If you have the time to do that research, find that bank that's out there. Find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I had a clarifying question for you, Rick. When you said that we have to have cause, that was to sever an existing contract, correct? That's not to, at the end of the contract, to go out for an RFP, or am I correct?
I'm not understanding the question there, sorry.
So Councilmember House asked about your comment about we can't terminate without cause, which I think anyone who has a fundamental understanding of contract law knows that to breach a contract, that you have to have some just cause to do that. But the same doesn't exist for going through the RFP process at the end of a contract, correct?
So can we be going for an RFP while we have an existing contract? Is that what you're...
Or when the contract is up,
yeah.
Or when it's getting ready to be up, can you go out for proposals for a new bank without you having a reason to, without cause, that the bank hasn't done something that that jeopardizes the contract?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying, and I appreciate that. No, we can be in a procurement process during a existing contract. That's very common, because we know we want to have a contract in place when that expires. So that's not the cause issue that I would explain. It's cutting the contract short concern. But yeah, we can definitely go out for RFP prior to the close.
Thank you. McCarthy?
So Rick, a follow-up question to that. Under the terms of the contract that we're already in, when, if we decided to, when could we go to a different bank? Would that be this summer, or a year from this summer, or 2 years from this summer, or what?
So the current contract Navajo County has goes all the way through June 30th, 2025. So if we were going to procure services, I would put the effort in the summer of 2024 and start down that path for procuring services to have in place. And then it's a matter of the transition period we'll have to plan out for.
So can I ask Sterling if your interpretation of the contract is that we're basically bound for 2.5 years?
And now you're asking for legal advice, and I'm going to recommend we go into executive session if you want to ask any further questions along these lines. I was that close to recommending it anyway. I think some of the clarifying questions that have been asked by counsel, I wouldn't be comfortable discussing those in public. That should be an executive session because it is legal advice you're seeking.
So I move that we go into e-session.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we are getting back to the discussion. Oh, I don't know what, we lost one. Are there
Mayor, I think you're
additional?
also waiting for Councilmember or Vice Mayor Aslan to get back on.
Oh,
I'm here.
I lied. I apologize.
okay. So, other comments? Questions? Councilmember McCarthy, did you have your question answered? Or did you want to make another comment?
My question was answered.
Thank you.
Nothing.
All right.
Mayor, I've been waiting to speak, trying to wait my turn. I guess it's my turn.
Okay.
A couple thoughts here, and a lot of this feels like I lost a little momentum after our breakaway session there. But first, I want to thank the group that brought this forward. I really think this is a worthwhile and valuable conversation. It's a conversation we're all having. It's a conversation we're all grappling with, and thank you, if nothing else, for creating the space for that. It's really important. I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. It is spring break week, and we're off looking at colleges. And raise your hand if you like to go to Pittsburgh for spring break. Regardless, I wouldn't miss this conversation for anything, and it's my solemn duty and my privilege to be here as a part of this dialogue that I'm sure is unfolding all over the country in a lot of different ways. And again, I find it very valuable. You know, I've always invested in a socially conscious way. My wife and I, 20 years ago now, when we first sat down with a financial advisor, we got some advice for how to invest our money, and we said, no, we want to do this. We don't want to invest in these things. And we were directed to some Calvert funds. And I will admit readily and freely that I am not a financial analyst. It's not one of my strong suits. It's nice to have people out there who know how to do that. And we are, again, privileged to have the benefit of that sort of advice and help along the way. But we were very adamant that we do only socially conscious investing. And I dare say we've done well enough here. Here I am in Pittsburgh looking at yet another school for my daughter to potentially be going to. And we benefit greatly from these investment systems. And I wouldn't want to send any other message. And obviously, we are stewards and fiduciary agents, and we need to take care of our city's money well. We need to invest well, but we also need to do it right. So I'll just say it. I think a short-term renewal to allow for an RFP process to go out seems entirely reasonable and appropriate to me. I think it's something we should do. And again, I give all the credit to Kim Curtis and Fossil Free Arizona and her group and the groups that she has organized with for bringing this to our attention and turning it into a valuable conversation that we're having. I do think there are some contextual landscapes that get in the way of bringing this to fruition right now. And so my position on this is kind of looking a little bit more mid to long term and talking more about a stepwise process, about a way of building muscle memory for our city as an institution to keep working on this. The contextual landscape for me isn't that we're jumping out of the pan into the fire, although I do think that there is a certain there's a certain wisdom to that analogy or metaphor. What's most concerning to me is that I know that our city staff is just not in a place where it can fully realize the complexity of this process right now. We should be there. We're trying to get there. I do not really get involved in day-to-day management of the city, but I know that there have been several calls out for staffing up, and that it's just a very difficult time right now, as it is in so many different industries, to be hiring and to be fully staffed. Our team is maxed out. They're working so hard. They're still doing so well with what they have, and I applaud them, and I am grateful to the extra work that they put into all of this. So maybe this isn't the moment when we can burden our city staff with this question, but it doesn't mean that we're putting this away and forgetting about it. It's just waiting until the appropriate moment for our capacity to carry it out. And this is a conversation we should keep revisiting. I just, as soon as feasible, I do think we should get in the habit of searching for a better fitting bank with a certain frequency. I don't like the fact that we've gone 30 plus years with the same bank, period. I don't think that's, I think we can do better in terms of looking around and shopping the market. And we're letting a neighboring county do the vetting for renewal. That's just not appropriate to me. I think we need to develop our own muscle memory and take the reins of our own destiny. So what does that look like? I mean, what can we do right now instead? Because I firmly believe in the values and the urgency that our community is lifting up here. Just because we don't have the capacity to engage in this process, and that there is legal complexities to doing so regardless, doesn't mean that we should just walk away from this process. So one thing I haven't heard discussed this evening is the idea that we can direct our lobbyists to pursue policies at the state and federal level that do a lot of the heavy lifting here for us. So that's an avenue we could take. It'd be great if we had majority opinion on council to work that into our legislative priorities. Now, you can't just keep adding priority after priority, because if everything's a priority, then we can't really focus in on anything. So that's not what I'm suggesting, but I do think that our lobbyists should be instructed and have the direction to go forward and have these conversations where appropriate, and certainly be on the lookout for opportunities for us to do our own advocacy to get better state level support for things like divestment. And then I do think we can consider revisiting our own divestment policies. My sense is that it's going to be hard just to go out and say, we want a bank that does do this or that doesn't do this like this other bank. That gets very awkward very quickly, and that could be a double-edged sword. You get another council or two down the line, and suddenly you're looking at a different set of priorities and a different compass bearing, and you don't know what you're going to get out of that. So what's the best way to appropriately develop divestment policies that have staying power and longevity to them? That's a conversation we should be having. And that's really all I wanted to say on the subject. I feel like we've lost a little bit of momentum here, but I did want to address at least one other thing that was said earlier. There was a suggestion, I think, if I remember correctly, that the climate action plan was made in the dark while people were in lockdown. And I find that to be incredibly disingenuous. I really think it's important to speak out against that whenever it's voiced, because it's just not true. And I feel very strongly about that. We engaged more than 3,000 people during that later process for the carbon neutrality plan. And that was more than we engaged for the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which was somewhere around 1,200 people. So the lockdown and the COVID era actually afforded us an opportunity to really broaden our reach. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. That should always be part of the conversation, and I'll never let it go unsaid. There might have been something else that I wanted to touch upon, just that, looking through my notes here, yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot to mention, and we talked about it before, and I think it's worthy of mentioning that we have changed policy for investments, not to invest in any investments that are involved in fossil fuels. So now we're just talking about transactional banking and not investments, and I think that that's important for the community to know and understand that we have made those strides. And to Vice Mayor's comment, I just wanted to clarify, my point was that there was a overlap of citing what was in the carbon neutrality plan that was not passed by the voters, and it was directing again away from what the city charter was. And I was just making the comment that perhaps we should bring it to the voters so we can integrate it more effectively and make sure that it is supported by the majority of the community. So thank you for that, and I'll leave it to everybody else.
Sterling.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I was going to comment on the divestment portion that you had commented on and the scope of the agenda tonight, but I believe Councilmember Matthews has done that well. I'll simply restate what the petition stated. We request that the Flagstaff City Council instruct the city's financial managers to move the city's banking from Wells Fargo, one of the world's top financiers of the fossil fuel industry, to a community bank or credit union. So it's limited to that scope as far as the divestment, and I know those are other discussions that could come up at another time.
Fair enough. I understand the nuance and the difference between the two.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Councilmember House. Oops. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you all for being here tonight, emailing council, and for staff, and all of the work you put into the presentation tonight. I know it was a lot. I have struggled with this conversation. I understand the desire to have the city put our money where our mouth is. However, I do see how short-staffed we are, and we continue to have procurement behind on items needing attention. I realize that we are striving to move the needle on greenhouse emissions, and I'm 100% behind that. But I do want to take a step back and ask ourselves if this is the best way to reach that goal. I believe we ultimately want the change in behavior and the practices with our bank. I won't pretend that Wells Fargo is perfect, or for any matter that any bank is perfect and we meet our goals. But at this point, we have a bank and a good relationship with that bank for over 35 years, and we've had no trouble. I heard a comment tonight that we need to slow down the train, and I definitely agree with that. For now, I'd like to keep us right where we are, and that's my direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it very short. I think I'm in alignment and agreement with Vice Mayor's comments and those that Councilmember, I keep wanting to call you Vice Mayor, that Councilmember Sweet just made as well. I certainly agree that it is worth a continuing conversation. However, out of consideration also of the time constraint that we are under, I want to express my support and my respect of staff's position on this. And moving us forward in a way that it's responsible for the not only financial future of Flagstaff, but the overall future of Flagstaff. So it's a conversation that I believe will be ongoing and that we are not backing away from. However, we are just facing those time constraints. So I think it is the most responsible thing for us to move forward where we are now while we keep that conversation going.
Thank you, Council Member. City Attorney, keep your eye on me. City Manager, can we develop some sort of a policy that would support our procurement process toward our climate goals?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I think it's a very salient question underlying all of this, and that goes to the idea that this should start with policy. That was referenced by the Vice Mayor speaking to, instructing our lobbyists, and now by you asking if we can look at that as a procurement policy. I don't have a quick answer to you, but I do agree with the premise. I think that drives your question, which is that's where the conversation should start. Sterling and Rick may want to jump in on that. Thank you for the question.
Couldn't have said it better.
All right. Councilmember McCarthy.
Right. I won't belabor all these points. This is an issue that's way more complicated than it appears on its surface. I'll say that much. I guess I'll have to admit I was kind of swayed also by the ethical procedures of accusations against Wells Fargo. But my understanding is that similar things could be said about every bank. And some research has been done on that. I won't get into the details. So the bottom line is I don't support going out for a request for proposal at this point. That may be appropriate when this contract when the term of this contract is up, but not at this point.
Thank you, Council Member. So I want to echo everything that has been said of thanks, words of thanks for the work that has gone into bringing this forward to us and all the research that residents of this community have put into what other communities are doing, so forth. And I too was particularly, I'm impressed by adults, don't get me wrong, but to have high school students and college students come and speak to us is really inspiring. And I take their admonishment that we adults are really narrowing their opportunities for their future by the decisions that we have made and by the decisions that we continue to make. I would like to see staff develop some sort of a policy that could support and inform our procurement process so that we can continue to have this discussion. And I also, of course, support legislatively looking at what we can do, and I know that that is a long shot. When I look at, when I evaluate all of the actions that we could or need to take to meet our carbon neutrality goals, and steps that were created, I mean, I think all of us were involved in advocating for the climate action and adaptation plan and also the carbon neutrality plan. When I look at everything that we've laid out there and everything that we need to do, I don't know that this one issue rises to the level that some of the other things that we need to do. I said do. I think, don't hear me say that this isn't important. I do think it's important. I think where we put our money is absolutely important. But I know that we have a host of climate actions that we need to and that we want to take. And and that we're already, what am I trying to say? We already have the public input, we already have the council declarations, and they're already moving. And I'd like to see us not slow down on those. At the same time, I would like to see how we can better support our procurement process to better align with our values as a community.
Duly noted, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, with respect to the item on the agenda tonight, as I stated it, the petition, I do believe we heard very clear direction from a majority of council to at least stay with what we have right now, but explore other options. And some of those you mentioned, some of those Jim mentioned, some of those Vice Mayor mentioned. So duly noted, as he said it best again.
Thank you. And thanks, staff, for hearing the public and for hearing council. I think you know where our hearts are and where we stand. So I look forward to having additional discussions. All right, moving on to item number 10, public participation. Anything that wasn't on the agenda?
Mayor, I do not have any cards for this item.
Thank you. Down to 11, informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, future agenda item requests. Let's start with Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor
I got
Haslund?
nothing.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just want to remind the public who's watching this now or maybe in the future that we are in tax season time, and Arizona provides a really great tax credit initiative where it's not a donation, but you can actually swap out the taxes, the income taxes that you pay the state, and give them to a charity that's listed on the state's website, but it includes a lot of nonprofits up here in Flagstaff, and it's a great way to just say, I want to direct my monies directly to this nonprofit. And it's not too late even to contribute for last year's unless you filed your taxes, but if you filed your taxes already, you can do it and make it apply to this year. So just keep that in mind before you file your taxes and support your local nonprofit.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Yes, I do have a couple of things. I had my first airport commission meeting that I attended, and a couple of things. They're making progress toward paid parking out there. Learned a whole lot about how they're going to manage some of the folks that have been parking there illegally probably for years. But anyway, they're working on that. Also, I heard that we had 6 F-16s that landed in our city and spent a couple nights here. And I heard them, but I could not see them. So when they were talking about this, and you could hear them, but they were so far up you couldn't see them. But anyway, that was pretty neat. He showed us pictures, and, you know, I like pretty planes, so whatever. And that's really pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
I saw one of those F-16s. They move fast. That's all.
Councilmember Sweet?
Just real quick, Mountain Lion will be hosting the unveil of the first electric bus next week on March 23rd, 11:30 to 1:30 out at their Casper location. It's exciting.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
I'll just note that the City of Flagstaff and Coconino County are about to begin the process for the public workshops for the Regional Plan 2045 scenario planning. And just a reminder to the community to head to the website for that to see details of what's coming up and what's happening. And I believe the upcoming meeting is at the Aquaplex on the 28th.
Thank you. Nothing from me tonight. City Manager?
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base.